tusikubali kutenganishwa na siasa, tujirushe kwa mashimo, miaka 5, miaka 10, tuishi tukiregret kama watu wa Mount Kenya.
I listened to one of us argue that this country is likely to be taken to peril, that we are likely to default in debt payment. That is irresponsible statement.
The Mbadi I know, you should have foreseen that. You are an expert. By the time you are giving that commitment on the Mbadi, those are things that would have been of your fingertips.
Nasikia Sifuna anaongea na nguvu. Wakati unaongea mambo yangu Sifuna, ujue mimi ndio mwanzilishi wa ODM. So naenda pole pole.
Mheshimiwa, mimi ndio Sifuna.
I think William Ruto is actually unfit for the position of President of the Republic of Kenya.
We bring politics into the military. And for your information, hiyo Ruto must go, si kusema ati atolewe ofisi kinyume ya sheria. No. Watu is a clarion call in preparation for the general election. Ruto atatolewa kikatiba na uchaguzi wa 2027.
Watu walikuwa wamezoea kugawanya, sisi hatugawanyiki, sisi tutakaa wote pamoja. Na tupatiane heshima. Tuna kama jamii, sisi ni neighbors, tujue vile tunaweza kuishi wote pamoja.
Kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, Kenyans are out again and, of course, as usual, leading the way in circumstances that are out of the box. I would use that expression. And is this public outburst, especially against political leaders and the political elites? It appears the wedge between the ruling class and the ruled is widening with every passing day, and now what we are being treated to is continued protests, and this time is not on the streets, this time is everywhere and at every opportunity, online and otherwise. Now, I want to keenly look at what's going on in trying to get the heartbeat of the country. Where are we, and how do we navigate from where we are to where we ought to be? This seems to be a rising concern, and it appears that probably our political leadership is blind of the same, but the signals and the recent behavior or generally of the Kenyan people, especially when something happens to the ruling class or the political class, is telling a lot. And of course, it's not everything that is said what is not said is also a form of communication. But you noticed of late that if we have a politician lose a child or get involved in an accident or gets assassinated, instead of the country being plunged into mourning, we are having the opposite. It's plunged into celebrations and all manner of castigations, and you know, as if whatever misfortune that befell the politician or that ruling class person was deserved, was you know, waited for, expected, being prayed for. It's so disturbing, and so I want to invite your input. What's going on with our country? Are we losing it, or we have indeed gotten to a place of no return in terms of ensuring that how we go about our handling our differences is kept within the framework of what is generally acceptable. And so I want to invite you to look at this, and we'll be also giving the historical background of the same. This is informed by what went down in Migori. We have different views on what went down, but got another video today that explained, or rather showed clearly what transpired, and so there are so many versions of the same, but I gave out, there's a video already I made during the day about the truth about the shoe in Migori. But just generally, we have had these altercations when Ruto was in Isiolo, when he was in Mount Kenya, partly when he was in the coast, and all that. There is that public unrest and public outbursts against the president, the Kenya Kwanza administration, including the other political parties, or ODM otherwise. And so I want us to dive deep and begin to analyze, are we reading from the same script? Are we feeling the public as leaders? Are we serving the public? Because it appears that Kenyans are there to survive and even struggle to sustain an administration, other than the administration struggling to sustain and protect the people. Comparing Kenya with Burkina Faso, there is a lot that is left to be desired, and we'll be drawing that difference in the course of the conversation. So thank you very much for joining, and from wherever you are, please be an extension of what you're doing right here, right where you are. Share the link with somebody, get them to watch and be part of this. We want your input as well. Are we losing our country? Are we losing our humanity? Are we losing our empathy? Or what is it that is gone wrong with us? Of course, while that is going on, there is also security experts who are coming up and saying the present security detail is wanting, and something serious needs to be done. That as it goes, the slain member of parliament of Kasipul, the postmortem came out today, and serious injuries sustained by, they are saying, 5 bullets, and then of course he lost his life. They're explaining the cause of death. Now, while that is going on, 4 of the suspects have been arraigned before the court and gotten orders for them to be detained for 30 days as the police finish the investigation and be able to proceed with the case. Now, while that is going on, 8 years later, justice seems to be served, or rather the people that participated into the 2017 protests, the police that visited their wrath on the people in Nyalenda and partly Kisumu. We know the popular name Baby Pendo. The case has now been narrowed down, and 4 police officers, senior, are facing charges on the same. Now, this seems to be a move in the right direction, but I still have got my fears looking at how we go about prosecuting cases that are involving police officers. Those of you that have been around, you remember the man who was shot in Kisumu still. Yes, it was Kisumu Kondele in 2008, 2007. And it was the police officer that shot him was caught on camera, shot the person. And then, of course, when the case went to be prosecuted, revelations came out. They said the person was caught on camera, and the gun that was shot the person is not the one that the person who was caught on camera was carrying. Now, I don't want to lose it before time. Welcome on board as we start the conversation. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of Sound Candy Talk. From wherever you are, please share the link, invite more people to join. Let's dive deep into analyzing our politics as we make sense of our politics easing life for the masses. William Ruto continues with his Migori tour, and he stays off the shoe issue. So it's interesting. What is this about this shoe? That the president makes no comment, and the security, of course, details also keep off giving official communication on the same. But Kenyans can't let go, and now the whole world is talking about the shoe and what went down. So let's get the backdrop of this particular discussions, and then, of course, use this link to get in and be part of the conversation. I can see Esther Stoll. The rest, amkeni basi. Samahani tumeanza kuchelewa, lakini mambo ndio hivyo. Our net is not favorable of late. We have to bembeleza it and wait for it to give way before we come on. But it's good that we are here. Let's get talking. Well, we start with that public outburst by a different successive government. You will remember that the first president of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, had an altercation where he was, visited public wrath by somebody throwing a rotten egg at him. You remember the Kisumu massacre, where a chair was thrown at him, and the security boys turned their guns on the public, who lost many lives in Kisumu. And so it is sad that we are joking with such matters when they, bring back very terrible memories that would rather forget. But that Migori scenario raises a lot. We also remember President Moi was also, public wrath visited him in Kakamega, and, of course, Uhuru Park when he came to hand over power to Kibaki. And so we seem to be becoming bolder and bolder with every passing day, but that boldness is leaving a lot to be desired. So we need to get down to seeing these things for what they are and being able to address them as they ought. So we start with that story of recapping this public outburst, and then, of course, looking at other stories. Thank you very much. Karibu kwa show. Tafadhali tumakinike katika kutekeleza wajibu wetu kama Wakenya wazalendo ambao wako tayari kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii haitatokomea tukiwa hapa. Asanteni, karibu sana.
In Baghdad, Grace Nganga KTN.
In politics, public support can be loud, but so can be public dissent. In recent years, Kenya has witnessed a wave of dramatic public outbursts aimed at top leaders, from rotten eggs to flying shoes and even a public whipping. Last evening in Migori, President William Ruto became the latest high-profile target in a growing list of leaders who faced hostility in the most unexpected ways. But behind these confrontations lies a deeper truth of one of broken promises, another unheard grievances, and a desperate call for leadership that listens. Our reporter Finnick Olwatch takes us through the incidents, the security lapses, and what they truly say about the state of our politics.
Only by our action they will know that we mean business.
It started with a rotten egg hurled at Kenya's founding president Jomo Kenyatta in the 1970s, a bold act in a dangerous era where dissent could cost you everything. Fast forward to 2025, a shoe flies towards President Ruto in Migori. Different decades, same symbolism, frustration launched at power. He wasn't the first. In 2014, then President Uhuru Kenyatta faced same fury in the same town. Migori now etched in memory as a hotspot of public dissent. And who can forget Raila Odinga in 2016? Whipped mid-speech by an elderly man in Kwale, a shocking act, painful both physically and politically. But what drives these acts?
The truth is, it is always a show of discontent, and everyone who is in power must remember that they have a duty to the people.
From shoes and stones to shouts and cheers, Kenyan leaders have faced it all. These aren't isolated incidents. They are a signal of a widening gap between citizens and those in power.
Truth is that Kenyans are tired, and they are demonstrating it through any means. They are demonstrating it through celebrating the murder of a member of parliament. They are celebrating anything. In fact, they even put the president in the coffin. They even showed many leaders in the coffin, meaning that Kenyans are tired. And I believe come 2027, they are going to talk loudly, and it will be a very great shock to the leading class.
The delay in security response raises tough questions. Are our leaders really safe? And more importantly, do Kenyans feel protected, respected, and represented?
But the worst of it all is the breach of protocol in the security setup of our VIP management, as we are just in the backdrop of the murder of a member of parliament in a very broad daylight. And now we are seeing a president being exposed to such a very dangerous position where a shoe can be thrown, and it hit the president. It didn't miss the target.
Behind every act of aggression lies a story of joblessness, failed promises, stalled services. Sometimes what looks like rebellion is actually a last-ditch plea to be acknowledged.
People go to election, they give you mandate directly via a vote, and you have a duty to them, and you must ensure that that duty is really done well, not that you exploit them through bad taxation, poor governance policies, and lack of proper implementation of necessary agenda that can let them move from point A to B. And
in Kenya today, the message is clear. The people are speaking, sometimes through cheers, other times through confrontation. The challenge for our leaders is this: to hear beyond the applause and listen deeply to the anger, and then respond with humility, empathy, and real change.
And any noises we make are very legitimate. Any shoes we throw are very justified. And any abuses we howl are to the extent that they have not done their work right, and they must do it right.
Finnick Olwatch, KTN.
Now, President William Ruto has defended his move to bring opposition leaders.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Karibuni tukamakinike katika uchambuzi wa leo. Mami, siku nyingi. Karibu lakini.
Asante Penat.
Nashukuru kiatu cha Migori kimekuvuta mpaka ukafika.
Yes, Penat, si Migori peke yake. Kuna mambo mengi yameendelea. Kuna ya hiyo ya Akata. Kuna vitu mingi yanaendelea nchi yetu. Kuna aspirants. Yani, like there are so many things. I want to say this, Bernard. Tukiangalia wakati ya mayai ya Kenyatta, tukakuja ya Uhuru na leo ya Ruto. And member of parliament being killed, you know. So kuna mambo mingi yanaendelea katika nchi yetu, kuna uchochezi mingi. Ukienda ya Narok, hiyo ya Akata, where 5 people or 6 people were killed kwa sababu ya mambo ya shamba, and people have lived there since 1950s, 54, if we go by the history. And then somebody comes and say, hii shamba ni yangu, or they go to land, they do what they do. It's not right. Ukakuja mambo, kulikuwa na mkutano ya Migori, na kuna mkutano kwa wa Munyoro. There were 2 big functions. Ya ODM, kulingana na vile nilisikia Kilati Swanga, they signed an MOU for some particular 10 points. And she was right to say, we did not sign for association of our people. Atuku signed to Wawe. And that, Bernard, to me, today, so many members of parliament, so many people have died. The Saitotis, the Ochores, all of them. We never knew who killed them, what happened. We never even know the postmortem. But the way the Oma Bay residents and the chairman of ODM and everybody, now we know, the only thing we need to know, who sent those people, and even the policemen. And a lot of people wanasema pia member of parliament, it is up and downs. There were election coming, but haikutakikana mtu akufe. So sometimes, Bernard, you kill people, and it is as usual. They have lost a lot of people, but they say this time round, no. And the truth, we don't know even who shoot people in Narok. They have not said the people, Bernard. Leo watu wanasikwa, but wanasema tunataka uchunguzi, wanasema wametransfer, but the seriousness of Oma Bay, Bernard, and the darlings between now the president and people of Nyanza. So, okay, tunasema pole kwa mwenda sake, but people need the truth. Story ya iyo kiatu, Bernard, it has happened in many ways. Somebody was trying to kujaribu kufanya president kukasirika, but vile ameikinoa, and all leaders wameikinoa, I don't know where is the person. I hope waliwacha kama ni kijana, I thought they are youth anyway, si wa mama, si wasichana. So I hope walimwachilia. Ni kama wale watu tunaona ndege imeshuka, helicopter imeshuka, wakati ana take off, mtu mmoja anasema anataka kutake the right. Unakuta mtu ananginginia kwa helicopter. Na wakati hata helicopter inajaribu kumsukisha chini, they don't come down alive. Wanakuja kama wamekuwa broken ama kitu imefanyika. So for me, the negative haiwezi kutusaidia, but watu ya Nyanza wamefumilia. Rais ameendelesha safari zake. amefanya yale amefanya, tunaona hiyo vitu yao wanafanya, that is okay, but the governor of Migori, Junet Mohammed, all those people, the other side tunaona Reverend Lala amekuja, nimekuwa break a little bit. Sometimes we have our downs, sometimes we have some disappointments, you know. So, but because of our country, Kenya, we love the country, we love our people, we continue teaching our people. Thank you, Reverend Lala, for standing up with every day. Mambo ya jana niliona kwa Wamanyoro, I see my party leader, Martha Karua, leading the delegation, seeing Matiang'i, seeing the Kalonzo face and other people. For me, nikikombea Azimio and yesterday kwa Munyoro, it was a feel like something. A new person called Matiang'i. Everybody knows the history. I like what somebody say, is a killer like other killers. So I was happy. Yeye si mweupe kama pamba. And between all those people, Kalonzo came there with all his people, members of parliament. Matiang'i also amejaribu one time, ametembea, amekuja na some people. It is too early for those things. Wamunyoro also, hawezi sema then, okay, because Matiang'i amesimama na chama ya Uhuru, then that's the only party they will have. He's also launching his party. He wants to be the king. Martha Karua has his own party, Kalonzo has his, and so many people. And I like analysis that some people say Kalonzo as night is with Ruto, during the day is with these people. If you are not recognized Kalonzo as a senior politician, vice president, that he was, anapita katikati, he will also pita katikati. Put Matiang'i and all the Kambas with Kalonzo will pita katikati and go somewhere else. But that is not what I want to say. What are they offering Kenyans? And I like Ruto must go. Nikakuwa remember ya kwamba kumbe this must go was only during Moi time. And now Ruto Moi time, Ruto must go. We never had must go from Uhuru. We never had must go from Kibaki. So there is some sweet names that must go is good and available. And I hope even if it is Watangula or Mudavadi, I hope the must go there too. But if it is must go, it's only between the Moi and Ruto, then well, must go is something easy because people need to say what they will do to Kenyans. How about him? He must know. Okay, say I must go and I don't go. What will happen?
For me, let's say Mimi.
No,
That's an no. Let's do this. Let's do this. You have opened a lot of.
Yeah, I'm also ready to leave. You know, nowadays, Bernard, because it's. I think our opinion is not. It doesn't matter sometimes. I remember I was here one time when we were talking, and I was mute off. Like, okay, your time is over, you can leave. So still,
what I'm saying is, you know, when we are debating, we have those people watching, and those people watching should follow what we are saying. So when, like we talked about Migori, We went to the land. We've come back to Munyoro and all that. It's all but umeweka muhtasari. So tunapaswa sasa ku break hiyo story moja moja ili wale watu wanafuata waelewe. And then pia tusikie opinion ya Lala on each of that issue. So tukiendelea hivyo tutaenda na tupoteze sasa ile topic tulikuwa tunazungumza, kwa sababu imeenda ikakuwa sasa tukapata sasa Munyoro imeshika sana, so tukasahau hii ingine. So that's why I want us to govern the conversation so that we build up. Yule mtu anafuata aelewe tumetoka huko tukienda huko. Tusiende sehemu yote tuache tena watu wa Kenya tena wamechanganyikiwa hao watu wanasema nini. That is my meaning. And then of course the reason why we are all here is because we have different views, we have different way of looking at things. And at the end of the day, there is your opinion, there's my opinion, there's Lala's opinion, but there is the right thing that needs to be done. So having said everything, we should bring back the people into that proper understanding. Hii kifanyika, hii ndio inapaswa kufanyika ili inji isonge mbele. Like what we are witnessing in Burkina Faso, the whole world has gotten the attention there. The things that have not taken place for over 60 years have taken place within 2 years, and the country is now self-sufficient. Why is that? Why can't that happen in Kenya? Is it because of this one must go, this one must not go? Or what is it that is in Burkina Faso that is not in Kenya? That's, to me, ni more concern for me than just, having Matiang'i as president or having Ruto as president or having Kalonzo as president. Hiyo president tumebadilisha viti mara ngapi sasa? 5. And then bado tuko pale. Majority of the young people hawana job. Industries zimefunga, healthcare ndio hiyo, masomo ndio hayo. So to me, we should, as we do the politics, we should be able to also focus to solve these issues. And then solving those issues begins by Kenyans understanding where we're coming from and where we're going. So I appreciate your input and your concern, and each one of us must be concerned, because the more we keep quiet, the more we don't say much in terms of correcting what is wrong, the worse things get. And so we must push towards that direction. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you give to Lala, or you want me to finish what I was saying?
Yeah, you can conclude what you're saying, then Lala comes in. It looks like Koko office, so he will.
Okay, so yes, Bernard, because what I say, it was all this week, and because I was not there, like Wamunyoro was yesterday, Mikori throwing of Kenyatta, I thought it was yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday. And the narrow thing also was the funeral today for those people who were killed. And today was the post-mortem of the member of parliament. So I think those things happened just during this week. Today is Monday, and it happened between Thursday or Wednesday and whatever. But anyway, as you have said, what went wrong? Kenyans. I think I hear you saying, are we doing revenge? Is somebody trying to do revenge or not? Because we still have 2 years to election penalty. So when is this person is going to work? Hii serikali itafanya kazi when? Yes, a lot of youth are home. There is no jobs. But there is must go. So, well, akona chance ya kufanya kazi hata kama ni moja, ama hata kama ni false promises, do we have to count? 2027 we tell him, you want all this country, ulisema utafanya. But I'm happy, anajua Kenyans will count. Yale kitu umefanya kama MCA, ile umefanya kama MP, women rep, governor, and the president. If you don't deliver, hata kama utaipa kura, I thought tunaweza ipa kura kama umetiliva 60% and Kenyan is between 40% and 30%. That is where you can hata ulilia watu useme jameni I did this. But Penat, if you don't have time, ama kama vile nimeona leo Mikori Oriri, I see the market, I see the buildings, I see them doing observation. And in some other places, I don't know whether it is only Nyanza that I see amefanya kazi kidogo. Ama hii sehemu yote amekuwa akisurura amefanya. But anyway, we need time. And our people need to understand. Our children need jobs. But Burkina Faso, in 2 years, walikuja kama coup, but they have come, all of them, because that is army now. Na wameonyesha na amepata support of the people. Even though now, hawakosi wasaliti, kuna wale wanasikia raia and all Africa and the world wamefurahia kasi president ya Burkina Faso amefanya. But they are tuned us inside. Kuna wale wanataka status quo, including the African presidents. They don't want him kuonyesha amewashinda. So they feel bad, Penat. Yes, we want to reach there. But now tell me, why our presidents from other countries wawezi support that young person? That you have done a good job, that we have not done. Kwa sababu wale tumechakua ni perfect, and they want us to be down the same. My happiness is, vijana wetu, watu yetu wamesema, we cannot go Gaddafi way again. So problem is us and our leaders, Penat. So even Kenya now, problem is not the public. Problem is the leaders. You don't, kama umetolewa, you come out directly attacking. But you want, unataka watu wengi wakusaidie. Tumepigana mimi na wewe, Penat. Instead, I want all your brothers and sisters to fight you kwa sababu nilikosana na wewe. Lakini utaambia manduku sako what really happened. So, mtu moja anatakikana abebe sacrifice. Na huyo mtu moja unataka sasa kumwekelea kila kitu hili wewe ukue juu. So, are we tunatengeneza inchi ama tunaangusha Penat? If we waste time for 5 years, we are losing it. Hakuna makasi itafanyika. There is no development kwa sababu kama mahali na wanasema we don't want you to go. Tunataka ukae mpaka 2027 so that tukutoe kwa election. And we don't want him to do the job so that 2027 can at least say I've done something, even one. So where are we as politicians? Those who are supporting him and those who are not supporting him, and the country at large, the people. Where are we? Wewe unataka kurekebisha. You want our people kupata makazi. How will they get jobs? Inasemekana mkono moja haiui chawa. you have executive, you have judiciary, and you have parliament. Apart from that, you have other people. We are supposed to have opposition checking and balancing. We don't have opposition. We have little majority and majority in parliament. That is what our constitution say. But still, as a Kenyan like you, Bernard, now, where are we? Are we in support of the government to do the job? Are we in support of those who say, no, we have to shout from morning to evening up to 5 years so that Kasongo can go, must go? So can we give him time to work and then he can go? If we don't want him, he will go. If he does something to the people, then the people will say, thank you.
It's okay. The interesting questions, Mami, and I understand you very well. Unajua mama yangu alikuwa anapika akitumia kuni. So mojawapo ya majukumu yetu ilikuwa kupasua kuni ili chakula iive. So wakati umeambiwa kwenda kupasua kuni na ukatae kupasua kuni, basi hakutakuwa na mapishi na watu watakaa njaa. What I'm saying is, kuna yule mtu amepewa kazi na kuna yule anatafuta kazi. Okay? Wakati wewe umeambiwa uende kutafuta kuni ama kupasua kuni, alafu hukupasua kuni, hukutafuta kuni, nani atalaumiwa? Wale vijana walikuja wakakuita mkaenda kucheza ukasahau kupasua kuni, ama wewe uliambiwa kupasua kuni ukaamua kuacha kupasua kuni ukaenda kucheza? So hapa kuna mambo mbili. Kuna yule amepewa kazi, amepewa ofisi, amepewa majukumu. Akiwacha majukumu kwa sababu vijana wengine wamemuita kando waende kulumbana ama waende ku exchange na nini, makosa haiko kwa wale wamuinvite. Makosa iko kwa huyu ameacha kazi yake, badala aifanye kazi ambayo amepewa na wale wamempa, yeye ameenda kujibishana na wale watu ambao hawana kazi, because mtu akishatolewa ofisi hana kazi, sio? So unafuatana na yeye kivipi? So hiyo pia inaleta tashwishi hapa na pale. Lakini tuseme hivyo.
So Bernard, ukisema hivyo, then ule mwenye kazi anaendelea kufanya kazi yake, anaendelea kutembea akifanya kazi zake.
That is what I'm saying. So tuache wale wanacheza wacheze na wale wanafanya kazi wafanye kazi, na kazi itaongea, kwa sababu kama kweli kuna kufanyika kazi, hiyo kazi hauhitaji hata kueleza. Kama unasema unapikia Wakenya wamekula wameshiba, hawata kusumbua. Si watoto wamekula wakashiba, kama mama kwa boma, nyumba umesafisha, watoto umeosha, wamewapikia wamekula, mzee akirudi hata wamelewa ama hajalewa hata kuuliza maswali kwa nini kila kitu iko in order. Lakini akirudi akutana na sufuria kwa mlango, akutana watoto wanalia huko, wameparara tumbo nje, nini na nini, anakuuliza kwa hii boma unafanyanga nini? So let us keep everything within where it's supposed to be. But appreciate that, and of course siasa yetu tunapaswa sasa kuifix kwa hiyo maneno ya kazi. Okay? Let the work of the person speak for them, not their mouth, the work they are doing. Kama William Ruto ataamua kuzurura Kenya mzima akisema vile amefanya, lakini Wakenya hawaoni, hawafeel ile kazi amefanya, yeye ndio atakuwa wa kupoteza. Lakini akifanya kazi halisi ambayo itafaidi Wakenya na Wakenya wafurahie, hata kuwa na kazi ngumu ya kuambia wampatie another term. But kama anategemea to sweet talk Kenyan, hapo namwambia kuna kazi ngumu, kwa sababu Wakenya mahali wamefika na kile wanafanya ni kitu ambacho ni kama ile ndoa ambayo imekuwa na nini ndoa imekuwa na msukosuko mingi ambayo iko karibu kuvunjika. So ushikilie uhakikishe kwamba haipasuki. But all in all, it's interesting times in our country. Well, I want us to let Lala, he has just changed gears, aseme, alafu namuona Eli amekuja na jina lingine hapa. Naomba tegea papo hapa tafadhali, karibisha mtu kwa show na changia comments pia nataka kuziona hapo kwa TikTok ama kwa Facebook or wherever you are watching us from. Give your views. What do you think about the fury of Kenyans against the leaders? Ni mama amesema viongozi ndio shida, sio wa Kenya. Wewe unaonaje? Ni wa Kenya wana shida ama viongozi, na suluhu liko wapi? Thank you. Lala, how are you today?
I'm well, Bernard. It's good to see you, Mama. Vizuri kukuona na naitwa neutral wa what? Belfast?
Yes, we're Belfast. It's Eli.
Iko Belfast. That's nice. Okay, na wengine wenzetu ambao wako nje huko nyuma na wengine wanasikiza from everywhere. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kuchangia kidogo kuhusu the topics. I think it's more than one topic ambayo tuna address. One of it, of course, is Ruto's tour in that region. I think Mama Selina mentioned vile watu wanachukulia lili kifo Were. I think on one level it's very confusing because we don't seem to know what is happening, and I think it's also confusing those leaders where they are. But as you stated, Mama Selena, ni wajua kama kuna dhambi ambazo zimefanyika mwanzoni, inakuwa ngumu sana kutatiza, kutatua the current one, kwa sababu yani ina trauma, ukikuwa na trauma moja na ulikuwa na nyingine nyuma, zinakuja pamoja. They all come together, and that is why we must be we can't you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. There's something wrong with your mic. We are losing you now.
I'm okay. Wonderful. Shida ni hivi. Kama kuna vitu ambavyo vimefanyika mwanzoni na uwezi kutatua the current one, manake inatoa zile za zamani pia zinakuja pamoja. Na wacha nichanganye na Ruto's visit. Okay? Na Ruto amefika pale na kuna watu pale ambao wamekuwa na ngoja hii maendeleo, wanajua vitu vimekuwa vibaya. Okay? Na wameambiwa wangoje na waoni. Okay? Wako pale. Okay? Na tena wanafikiri huyu anawapatia uongo mwingi, ndio the one who is standing there addressing the people. So you can imagine all kinds of emotion ambazo zinakuwa pale. Okay? And what we know about study, group think, is the spirit of the moment. Inachukua, the event. Okay? So the people throwing, they could do anything. That's why security is so important. And this idea of standing every time on top of a vehicle, because it's not a planned security, plan. There's no plan, proper planning. And so the people just reacting. If you don't plan, you react. So I'm sure even that whoever did that may have been killed by those security people. Even though as some of them, don't do anything to him, but they are reacting and the adrenaline is pumped, and so that's why Isi Mikutano, that we are doing every time, they are bad. When you think of in terms of people security, because we only think of the president's security. How about the people? Stampede and fight and all that. So I think we have to address that issue. But let me go back to Nyanza. That is the place where Mr. Were, they have lost their son, okay? And the government is not telling them anything when their first son, Mboya, was killed not far from there, the same clan around, very close there, and part of the Bigodi people, part of his clan. And we talk of Odiambombai, killed. We have not been given explanation, come from the same region, same area. Okay. Then we talk of some of these young people who have been killed during Mandamano, come from there. As a matter of fact, we were, when I was home, you guys, I represented you there to some of those burials. I had lunch with the man, with the other MPs at Wanga's house place, okay? I had dinner at Piccadilly, in Kindu Bay. We went to those funerals together, okay? So I didn't know him that much, okay? But that's the time that I was introduced to him by Kaluma, okay? That's when I knew him. And so to see him dead, and he helped a lot of people, no matter, what, because right now they're trying to, his name is coming in terms of other things he's done. I'm not justifying it, whatever he did in the past. But that also shows the failure of our system, our legal system, where people are not accountable for some things they have done. So the justice is now to this man, because people talk about his past, and the people who should have taken care of that past are the what? Our legal judiciary system. They didn't do their job, okay? So now the speculation, when actually nobody knows what really happened, okay? So then the government, when you think of the government, you look at the man standing there in front of you, never been in your community for a long, long time. You can imagine the emotions, the feeling, and the thinking. And so to me, government take the blame big time, because they failed the people to bring to book those who have done these terrible things. And so they are not expecting anything different, that Ms. Were, Honorable Were, is gone. They don't believe there's going to be a clear, work done to bring to book who au jamaa au plan ambao wamefanya hivyo. So I think Ruto going to Migori, which to me, it is to appease the region. Yes, I think he's done a lot of things now in that region, but of course he's trying to win the heart of the people, the roads. And when we hear the word he, I assume it is simply the taxpayers' resources going there, which now raises another problem here. Shida ingine ni hivi. For a long time, the region has been neglected, okay? So now that the people are seeing something that is doing there in the name of evening the playing field, that also creates another emotion. So now we want to ignore some of the issues there. So when you say Ruto must go, that's a loaded word, okay? Is it going as a person, or is it going as a system that government, represent the government, they have to go, all the people that have been doing all these things from independence, okay? Or are we saying Ruto must go, that it is with the government to go, or we go for another election and elect that list of people that we saw out there, who also have their own, closet full of skeleton in there. So we have a problem. Tuna shida nyingi sana, kwa sababu when you say one thing, then you look deep into the other side, you see some truth there. And the truth that we see there is, yes, you want us to say Ruto must go, but then what is it that we're replacing with? Is it the same thing that will create the same problem that we have had in the region for a long time? Those are questions, okay? It doesn't mean two wrongs can make it right, but you can see what people are struggling with in their own mind. So in my mind, I think we need a lot of prayers for the nation. For me, Ruto must go. Ruto must go to me means that Kenyans must face the past. If it represents that past, we must confront it, but not to take us back to these same people that have traumatized the nation for a long time, skewed. And I think it's Junaid Mohammed who said, that for all these years, these loans have been borrowed for a long, long time, and this region has never seen that anything coming here. The roads they don't have roads. There's nothing in there, but they are paying for those hizo madet mkopo ni ya kila mtu, lakini hizo pesa zinakuja na kufanyani kwa only one region. So to me, if you can distribute it, and people are listening that way, that maybe this man is trying to distribute other things, okay? I mean, the resources to different places that I've never seen it, which of course is true to an extent, but then how do you excuse, other things that this person has done? So you can see problem on every side. And so it is for some of us, Kenyans, to come together and look at what we have, the mess we have. But at the end of the day, ni lazima to go to the truth. And that's why reconciliation and truth, I think justice and reconciliation is probably going to be one way to do it. Because there's some things that we can't undo in our past, because we come to that point where either this country is going to burn because nobody will listen, because you can't just dismiss Ruto. At the same time, you can't ignore what he has done, and you can't ignore what others have done in the past, okay? Because to the truth, the kwamba, we have mismanaged our country so much that this country is not one. There are places where they get, if you look at some of the, let's talk about Mbadi. There's something Mbadi has done very well to help us see some things that we never seen before. So I think the hand is on almost every side, and so it is for us to tell ourselves we want a country, but we have to face this past. Really, when we say Ruto must go, we are talking of a new Kenya where we are all together in it. When we talk Ruto must go, it means that the past has to be taken care of. Hizo vitu tumefanya hizo nyuma, lazima pia we address them. To me, it's not just a person, it's a system that needs to be new. To come to Traore, okay? What Traore is doing. Okay? It's a new way of looking at things. And we need that. And it cannot happen if people, it's almost like we are coming as if we are the liberators, but we can see a closet behind. There's a dagger, there is a knife, there are ammunition that you're coming to pierce other people with. And to me, let me say this. The mistake we made was Kibaki. Kibaki gave us a bad mistake. Kibaki to me has the big blunt of the problem. Okay, it carries the bigger load simply because Kenyans trusted him. Huyo tulimpatia kila kitu, unaona, lakini alipotoka hakututengezea nchi, watu wakirudia pale pale, manake watu walikuwa wamechoka. By the time alichukua serikali, the first Kibaki, every Kenyans wanted something new, something. People loved the nation, the economy, things were better, and they should have kept that going. But then after him, then it trenches the country back to a very tribalistic, way. And to me, that is it. To me, his government economically did very well, but those structures, hizo zilizokuwa tunasumbua wakati huu, were not addressed, and in fact, they made it worse. Okay, he made it worse because when you felt you have umeshinda, you have overcome, the past, the Nyayo era, the Kenyatta era, people disappearing and dying, and some of us were excited that we got a new nation. What happened? We are back to that tribalistic system. Economically, other places are don't receive. If you hear the report, some constituencies have more. How? Why? Why would they get more when we need a country? Actually, if we spread the development, then all of us win. It's a win for everybody. If Northeastern is supported, is industrialized, then hata huku chini tutakuwa na nini? Kitakuwa trading partners, will do better. Okay, so my Bernard, kwangu ni lazima I will not stop Ruto must go, but I mean something different with it. What I mean is we need to stop this, because if we don't stop it, another group will come do the same thing. So it will be like those wrestlers who go and Pokot. This time on a certain month, you go and do what? Una raid the other team. They come with their cows. They are very happy. Then next year, the other one plan, and they come and get it. And we can't build a country like that, where some places are favored, and then next time when we get it, we start go the other side. And so we are just like those called tribal warfare, where we collecting cows from each side and taking to the other side. There's no difference. Okay, and so we have to be very, very careful, so that we don't do things that will make other part of the country resent us. And I think it's the resentment of certain places where there was a lot of development that is creating some of this, where we can make changes. Okay, itafanya tupate change, kwa sababu watu wanafikiria tukiwacha Ruto hatutapata tena, itarudi pale pale, unaona. So these are the old thinking that's affecting the new possibilities ambako tuko nazo as a country. So that's my contribution based on kile ambacho nimeiona hata huko Migori. The shoes represent the disgust, false promises, lack of development, lack of care, opportunists. This man is an opportunist coming to just for his own interest, want to stay in power. Okay, all those are messages, ambassador, that shoes represent. But on the other hand, security, if it's not taken care of, these are things that will happen in rallies like that. And at the end of the day, let's remember, when people have not needs are not taken care of, there's frustration, and next time it's not shoes, it's something worse. Thank you.
So Lala, hey, you have to mnanipeleka mbio. Yes, mommy, in 1 minute, because Eli is on the queue.
Yes, just I want to ask Lala one question. Lala, inaweza kuwa kwa sababu hii mpango ya rais kwenda Western ilikuwa, Nyanza ilikuwa imepangwa na coincidence ya member of parliament, na tumejua ni askari alihusika, na kama imeelekeza mpango wenye kila kitu imeelekeza mahali. Nilikuwa na kuuliza, inaweza kuwa ni watu walipanga hili wakati huyo rais anaenda Nyanza mambo iharibike? Just that.
Mama, sijui, but hata mimi, I cannot even comment because I don't know what's going on. I'm just as confused. I talked to, like yesterday, I talked to Kaluma. Kaluma couldn't give me an answer. Okay, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Lala. Thank you, Mami. And to your question, Mama, that cannot, in politics, anything is possible. So we can't rule out anything. And right now, everybody's a suspect until we confirm who exactly pulled the trigger and killed this person. But looking at the whole scenario, there is a lot of things happening in the country. And that's why we are raising this matter of the public anger rising and the political class not being sensitive to the public. It's putting their own life in danger. The security situation, especially for the politicians, is not even safe for them now to walk on the street because you don't know who is looking for you. Unlike in the past, when they were friendly, on go on a tembea, wananunulia watu sweet, wananunulia watu mahindi. Now that is not a luxury anymore. And it is all because of them being detached and not being able to be sensitive to what Kenyans are feeling, especially on the issue of easing their life. And so anything is possible, but let's allow the investigators to bring us the final conclusion on the same. Nimlete Eli achangie tafadhali na tuangalie muda. Eli upo?
Thank you, Mr. Bernard and Mama Selina. Happy to see you there. And Mr. Lala, our pastor in residence. And of course, Pastor Bernard as well. But first, I would like to say that my sorrows to our brother Stony PK, who used to be an avid follower of the previous channel and this channel, who lost his daughter last week. It was such a tragedy. And no political boundaries can make us forget our sincere brother, Brother Stony PK. Very unfortunate what happened to him and his family last week when he lost his daughter. Very sad. I hope onto channels or platforms here and there because I try to understand the nature of our problems and how we can solve them. And so sometimes if you don't see me here, it doesn't mean that I'm a byproduct of another channel. It's just there's sometimes sensitive issues that you want to discuss in one channel, and then you feel you cannot discuss them. Like what I would like to say here today, I cannot say in another channel. So I think that I can openly say them because sitafinywa, lakini kuna zingine pia hapa nikisema nitafinywa. So hiyo pia ni balanced opportunities. My second point is this idea that Kenyans have become very physical in nature in terms of when they're angry about something. But I think this is a universal issue, and it's not just Kenyans, it's not just people from Korea. I mean, we remember when Uhuru Kenyatta went through the same in 2014, when he visited the same Migori, and a phalanx of bodyguards surrounded him. You remember that famous picture, and you also remember when George W. Bush visited Iraq, and he was, at a press conference in Iraq. He was a very unpopular leader internationally, George W. Bush at the time. And his foreign policy was being tested in that press conference. And one of the journalists actually threw stone, shoes at him twice on two successive occasions, one shoe after the other. And in those countries, apparently, mtu akikutupia viatu, it's the biggest insult ever, because you're talking about something, umekanyaga zile mavi za sijui kuku, mavi za nini huko jiani, umetembea kila mahali, umeingia kwa nini pale kuna mkojo, umepitia kila kitu, alafu umemtupia mtu kiatu. Hilo ni hasira ile ya mwisho. And I think that was the message that person sent to Mr. William Ruto. But apparently, when the security people were trying to investigate this thing, most people around from the source of the shoe throwing, they also removed their shoes. So it must have been planned. I don't know. But for me, the thing that I want to say today is very important to myself, because I believe that in such a culture of freedom of speech, we should be able to say these things. I find that at the moment, the country is divided in such a way that those people who have joined Mr. Ruto in government, they're being seen as the representatives of the people from those provinces, be it Nyanza, Western, whatever you call it. And now it's a backlash. I'm asking myself, what is the difference between William Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka? These are all proteges from the Moi regime. Even though some have suffered more than others, but they're still within the same, box. So, in my way of thinking, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if someone today told you that, look, I am from Nyanza, this is the injustices that we have been facing as people from Nyanza. And now, a person who leads this country, whether he is legitimately elected or not, has decided that Nyanza should be, Nyanza should benefit from the largesse that other counties were benefiting from before. Of course, people will say that a presidential system will allow that. These are county issues. But at the moment, this person is going around and telling the people of Nyanza, these benefits that you have been, it's been difficult for you to access, I am giving them to you. And actually, it's not William Ruto who started this thing. It's Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru used the military to build infrastructures around Nyanza. If you see what's happening in Homa Bay, there is a militarized zone at the lakeshore, and this has been there just before Uhuru left power. So what I'm saying is that personally, I see that Ruto and all those people that I've mentioned, if I was a judge and these were being accused of doing X, Y, Z, I would send them to prison for I was sentenced for 150 years to prison. Yes, but at the same time, because we don't even have a least worst, we don't know who is the best out of the crop of the worst. And then this guy comes to Nyanza and he says, "Look, I'm here for you." Not because he's from the colonial language, Atinilot, Bantu, whatever, but that's what he has said. Me, I would support him. I really, really, really find it difficult to say this, that I would support William Ruto in 2027. But after what I have seen, that people now are ganging against Nyanza province, saying that Nyanza people are now part of Rutoism. Until now, they don't want the people of Nyanza, but we know that it's a clique of people who have decided to join Ruto's government. But the people of Nyanza, they're already saying that they have been punished enough times. The problem is the people of Nyanza, they're looking at it as we were rigged out. They're not looking as if Raila and the nation at large, ODM and the party system were rigged out. The people of Nyanza are seeing that they were rigged out. And this person, in fact, I read that statement that Ruto saying, "This is your government." It's nearly as if he's saying, "I stole from you, but now I invite you." Okay? You remember, Ruto was in ODM. And now there are plans for Ruto to run in 2027 under the ODM flag. Don't be shocked. This is what is being planned. And if it happens, don't be surprised. Because as Ruto himself says, Mr. Odinga was his political patriarch, you know. So I will easily support what is going on, but I am so bitter about why there is a vacuum, because of what the young people were trying to do in 2024, June 25th. And this never materialized because of course, we know what is happening now. So who am I supposed to believe? Me, I'm just talking as a 3-year-old or a nursery kid. Who am I supposed to believe? They're all the same. So you might as well give me Ruto. These people, I am not here to convince anyone. These people are all the same. But one of these people has decided that he wants to invite people in government, not the constituents of Nyanza, but the political elite. But also, he has said he wants to continue with what Uhuru Kenyatta did. The infrastructure projects that Ruto is doing now, they were started by Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm interested to know that this is not a way of installing someone for deputy president, Gladys Wanga or whatever, because that's what people are saying. People of Nyanza right now, they are excited because of Gladys Wanga. There's this thing going around at Gladys Wanga will be the next deputy president. Because, Ruto has no shame. He's already done with Mr. Gachagua. He doesn't mind kicking Kindiki and installing any other person. So these people in Nyanza, they believe that Gladys Wanga will be the next, deputy. And because the opposition is currently confused, whether we like it or not, Ruto will either rig or will exploit that confused opposition. And I am telling you, it is thoroughly confused. Because can you imagine, do you think Kalonzo Musyoka will allow any other person this Matiang'i to come in front of him. Kalonzo. This time Kalonzo is there for the presidency. He wants to be the person to replace William Ruto. So these people who are thinking that Kalonzo will be an understudy of Matiang'i, they're wrong. Personally, I think they're wrong. I really have a heavy, heavy heart to even imagine that I am supporting William Ruto. But on the basis of all this political class are the same, I don't see why the people of Nyanza should be accused of doing the impossible by, saying that they will support William Ruto. I'm sorry if this sounds painful, but that's how I feel at the moment. I'm really, 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 it's difficult for me to say this. Nobody has paid me to say it. Me, I'm a nobody. So I can say it. I'm happy to say it. If anyone feels aggrieved, I'm really ready to debate about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Eli. Very interesting point of view. But I can't help but feel like we are not crossing the bridge of settling scores in this country. When will we come to the place where we need and want national leadership for the sake of the country called Kenya, other than this push for our region, our people, our president? And it's like, I mean, will we ever have one Kenya where Kenyans are working towards making Kenya feed and take care of each and every Kenyan? Must we have leadership of it is our turn to eat and we must finish eating well? They ate for 10 years. We should also be led to eat 10 years. Thereafter, we can allow them to eat. Because that's what I can, feel from what I'm hearing. What is this about us that we can't let go and let the country be? Mama Serena, your hand is up. Niswali.
Yes, 1 minute for Pel first. Mkutano, nimekubalia vile umesema. We could have third force yenye very new, hakuna matata, I'm sorry. Hakuna matata. Lastly, hata mkutano wa Munyoro, they were called others. The language was really home. The language was home. Oh, my husband is there, Daniel. So, Belfast, you are saying the truth. And again, why not? Kama Nyanza wamefaidika kwa sababu wanatoa taxes. Na tumeona development kwa sababu they are genuine. Wanaonyeshwa ile kazi imefanyika pale. And what is wrong, kama Mbati and those people who are there. So for me, you are saying the truth. Unless we get a third party. That party, ile kama ya Okuru Okot, that it is genuine. That nobody was in the government, not Matiang'i kill people, not what, that is what Kenyans we can sit and talk. Ya kwamba now, kufa Trevor, kufa Makanga. Now Makanga is back with his whole group. And the driver with Baba is there. They are both equal. Kufa Makanga ameamusha the rest. So for me, if we need genuine penalty, let's have a third force. Ile wa Kenya wataangalia, they are very fresh. But kama ni kutoa, Ruto must go and Gachagua can be there. Oh, Kalonzo atapita katikati, he will go back to Ruto. Thank you.
Okay, to some of the aspects of what you said, and I would like to try and answer Bernard using the doctrines of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who said that for Africa to fully experience its independence, those tribal demarcations should not apply. And that's why he managed to bring that country together. You know, I saw a map that was and I can send it to you sometime, Bernard, maybe tomorrow or whatever. I saw a map that was drawn by some Sijui anthropologists in the 1950s. And what this man did, it was some Mzungu. He decided to make a cartography, you know, a mapping of African countries. So that continent today, according to that cartography, would have had nearly 2,000 countries. Okay? And he did this by saying each so-called tribe is a country. So all those communities, all those languages, all those tribes in Africa were to be a country, a political and a geopolitical demarcation that can be recognized by the UN and so on and so forth. And they were coming close to 2,000 countries. Because if that was the case of Kenya, we would be talking about at least 45 countries. Okay? It's a very difficult situation. So that particular job, that theory and practice that that man was trying to submit in the 1950s did not work because the Wazungus knew that if they divided, they continued to divide us, it was easy for them to rule us. And you remember that was in the potence of the war. Many African countries that were engaged in the political war to free themselves in the 1950s, including Kenya. If you use that example, then you see where the problem is. Some people say, no, you can't say that the reason why we are divided, the reason why we all want to be president is because we are 47 communities in Kenya. Some people say that is nonsense. And even they go ahead to say, we, the Kikuyu, we, the Kalenjin, we can be president for as long as we want because the Constitution allows us to do so. So you can actually understand their argument. Me, I am an avid supporter of Martha Karua. You know, Kipril, for example, him is a supporter of Martha Karua. I don't know why. You know, Kipril of our forums here. I never understood why Kipril supports Martha Karua. I've asked him. Personally, I support Martha Karua because she gave an example. When Kibaki rigged, you know, Kibaki too, rigged that election in 2007, Martha Karua was asked, you explain to us, you are the one who managed the constitutional sabotage ile ya kumweka Kibaki president at 7:30 8 p.m. that night. It has never happened in Kenya before. You know what she said? She said that I was Kibaki's chief agent. If I was Raila Odinga's chief agent, I would have done the same. Okay, it is not a smart thing to say, but she was very consistent. She's also the same woman who resigned from Kibaki's government. Okay, now I am trying to say that others will say they would not support someone like Martha Karua because Kikuyus have been in the presidency for a long time. They would not support, say, for example, a very good Kalenjin leader. Let's even say that boy who was doing those cartoons of Ruto, those dark ones, the one who was detained for a couple of weeks because he did the silhouette art. And he is a Kalenjin, and he decided to run for the presidency. Some Kenyans will say, hey, hello, mbona tunachagua Mkalenjin 10? So we have this issue, Bernard. It's this thing about the presidency and whether we can have other communities and we nationalize this thing. Me, I've always thought that the best way is to make the presidency a very unattractive job, so that powers are so devolved. Yani unapata prime minister na watu wengine, hata hao magovernors wako na powers zile hata president hawezi cheza na watu. Yani shida yetu mimi ninaona hiyo presidency iko na some powers which are over glorified, and the moment we decide to make the presidency less attractive, I think it will solve the tribal solidarity thing that we have. Because right now, most people, even in social media, Bernard, are saying that, hey, sasa tumechukua Wakisii wako na sisi, hao ni Bantu. Tumenyakua Wakisii, tumewatoa kwa opposition. Can you imagine? People are using this Bantu Nilotic thing that was created by Europeans. Back in our day, there was no such thing at you're a Bantu, you're a Nilot. There was no such thing. Okay? Someone says, do you have a broad nose? So you look like Sijui, a person from this tribe. You have a sharp nose. You look like a Tutsi. You look like a European, like an Ethiopian. Mzungu came to tell us those things. And then we became Bantu-sized, Niloticized, Kushite, and all this. And then you hear that this is the arguments people are now doing online in Kenyan social media. People are saying, now our group, we have enough numbers, you see. So mimi ukiniuliza Bernard, ninaona hii shida ni kitu rahisi sana 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 kuvunja. Sana. Hata si shida, unaona. Mbona Tanzania hapo next door, they have 250 tribes. 250. And they don't have this problem. So, and again, I'm going to bore you by mentioning Ibrahim Traore. I hope that at some stage we'll have an African leader who thinks and lives like Ibrahim Traore. Right now, all over the world, especially, if you look at the West, the United States, there's a growing movement of Ibrahim Traoreism. People are saying enough is enough. We're going to defend Africa. Now, African countries, kila mahali, watu wanasema, we might even go to Burkina Faso to make sure we defend this man. Imagine, and by the way, Guinea, Mali, and Niger, they also have progressive leaders who took power in the same way Ibrahim Traore did. And they're developing their countries in the same way. They've nationalized those economies that were stolen by the West. The person who said that we are not independent because our reserves and our resources are not nationalized, that person was right. And that's why those Sahel countries in West Africa are managing so well na hawaogopi kitu. Pole kwa kumention hiyo kwa sababu nilikuwa naona hiyo ndio, these are the things that we really need to focus on in terms of our country. But me, I am going to think seriously about how I can positively be part of a regime that can continue to represent all Kenyans without saying Ati, I am a Kushite, I am a Nilot, I'm a Bantu. And I think Mr. Ruto has started recognizing what he has been doing wrong. He's starting to change. Me, I'm into what they call restorative practice. In restorative practice, you can have evil and good, okay? But you must learn how to respect people who are beginning to realize that there have been a problem and they're ready to apologize to the nation. They're ready to reform their acts. And I think personally, restorative practice is an agenda that Kenya needs a lot. Because if we have restorative practice, ni tu kama hata nyumba yako. Ukiwa wewe unabishana na mtoto wako ama tuseme bibi ama bwana, muliwachana sawa, hiyo pia is natural, lakini kama hata mjawachana, lakini mko na ile mgomboano ile ya kawaida. Every person in that relationship, and we are not perfect, can recognize where yeye ndio ameleta shida kidogo. Akasema pole, ebu hapa nisamehe. Aki, if that day, and I was speaking about Matiang'i in the same way in another channel, me, I cannot stand Matiang'i. I cannot. But if Matiang'i comes to the podium and says, these are the bad things I did in Uhuru's government, and these are the progressive things I did in Uhuru's government, you know, that's a different talk. Me, I'm ready to consider such a person. And that's the same energy I have for William Ruto. If he tries to reimagine, you know, his behavior and how he runs the country. But like I said from the beginning, all this political cabal, including Ruto, all these people, doesn't matter if they're ODMs, Jubilee. Me, if I was a judge and I was given to sentence them for corruption, I would be sending them for 150 years, which of course is impossible because mtu hawezi ishi that long. Na watachapa kule kamiti kabisa. Lakini for now, I will entertain what Ruto is doing. I don't accept him as my president, but if he goes around the country singing a different song, not because of Raila Odinga, no, in fact, Raila is not even there, but because he believes in what he says that all communities, not just in Nyanza, need to be recognized. They need to enjoy their constitutional right. I will support him. Lakini leo nitachapa sana. In fact, hii YouTube hii haka itakuwa mbaya sana. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Eli, for that long way of answering my question. But stay there. I'm not through with you. We'll need to debate that. I want not to keep Jakindube on hold for too long. But when we get back on the same, we would need to separate from me the tribal aspect and the national aspect. What belongs to Kenya and what belongs to region? We seem to have gotten all these things mixed together that when I am a representative of a particular constituency, that constituency becomes Kenya. Or when I'm a governor of that of a particular county, that county becomes Kenya. And we seem not to have Kenya that is owned by all Kenyans. We tend to convert Kenya to the person who becomes president. And that person, when he prefers one region or two regions, then those become the owner of that particular presidents or that particular administration. And so if we don't get to the place of separating which one is Kenya and which one is Nyanza and which one is Central. Getting all these things mixed is the source of our confusion, because the government of Kenya represents and is supposed to carry each and every Kenyan. Why do we make it to be the president's back pocket that he distributes as he wills and as he feels? And when he drops something for you, you go and bow and worship him. He has remembered us. He has brought us this. I mean, you people need to teach me, because it appears I am the one who don't understand what to be president means and what is to govern the country. But if this presidency is about distributing things so that you'll be worshipped, to be followed, to be supported, it's all an insult to the dignity of the Kenyan people in the first place. So mnibambi na hiyo story ya kusema tumekumbukwa, tumeletewa, inaniumiza moyo. Lala, ni nini nataka Jackie Dube akuje?
Yes, and that's the point I was trying to raise here, that Ruto is destroying institutions, okay? When you become a benevolent, whatever dictator, not even benevolent, I mean, that's how much he can reform himself to become benevolent in a very negative way, where you come to a place, alafu unapeana vitu, ni wewe umepeana, sio kwamba it is a structure that is created, institutions that are doing their job. That actually makes things worse. And secondly, you basically trying to create antagonism between two groups of people here. This is where he's caught. I think, to me, the best thing Ruto can do is to say, you know what, I messed up, I'm done, let's get this country, people together by facing the truth of what has happened. And that way, he gets out. But otherwise, what is happening now is even dividing Nyanza, because all of a sudden now, people like Orengo have a problem because his constituency is not given that support to show that where he goes, that's where the people are for development. In other words, development means you are close to the president, then you get to development. And that's what we're talking about, Bernard, which is really wrong. So yes, distributing resources to other places is great. We are happy to see that. We have never had them. But when you target certain places because of political reasons to get support from them, and then the other people are neglected, so that you tell them they're not developing their place because maybe they are not progressive enough, yet the funds are not released in those places. That is that's like a kidnapper, you know, that's holding people ransom when actually all of us are paid taxes. So to me, my brother Belfast, I have a problem with the idea that we can move towards the current government solely based on the perception that he is doing good when actually institutions are suffering, okay? When creating tools, that's what I stated in the beginning, and let me end here, where it's like cut rustlers, you know, this time it's going to be the Nyanza people getting what they need, and next time there are people are resentful against them, you know, and that's that. Finally, just very quickly, actually, the map that you stated was actually a very correct map, whether it was workable, because look at Europe, where you are. It's a tribal, purely tribal. Look at the French, look at whatever, you know, everything is based on the tribe, the languages. So the tribalistic place is Europe, okay? But I think if we do what Nyerere did, okay, recognize each group and figure out the best way possible to empower each group. In Tanzania, you know, they think of us as Tanzanians. But if you favor one group or the other, then people begin to think in terms of tribe. And that's where the problem comes in. So in that way, I agree with you that we need to do some things different to help us. Weakening the presidential powers can only take us far if there are other things going on, working well, constitutions are there, so people, everybody's empowered. Naturally, people get together. In Europe, that's what they have done, because economically they're empowered, then people are not afraid. But when we see things happening in Migori the way they are, it shows people are hurting. People don't understand. In other words, they are Kenyans, but there are more Kenyans who are more Kenyans than others, and that's not good. Back to you, Bernard. Ole.
Okay, thank you, Lala. That back and forth, we may not sort it in this one sitting, but I think we'll need to make progress. Eli, as I bring Jakindu Bay, I would want you to prepare to answer me this on whether Ruto wanted to go to Nyanza, and the only person who was hindering him from going to Nyanza was Gachagua. So that after getting rid of Gachagua, now Nyanza can open up and the other parts of the country can receive development. You will answer me on that one. Jakindu Bay, hello baby.
Sana sawa sana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote, Lala, Eli, Mama. Nimewasalimia sana. Bernard, nasikitika sana na hiyo mambo ambayo ilifanyika Migori. Si jambo nzuri. Lakini hii si kwamba ni Kenya tu imefanyika hata Bush mliona vile alitupiwa viatu. Ni kwa sababu ya vitu ambavyo kiongozi anafanya. Lakini nataka kusema hivi, nimemsikia Eli akisema juu ya sisi wa Kenya. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba ili tuwe na taifa, unajua sisi wa Kenya hatujui kutofautisha taifa na nchi. Nyerere alijenga taifa kwanza, alafu nchi sasa wanajenga, wale wamekuja nyuma yake wanajenga nchi. Yeye alijenga taifa, alifanya Watanzania kujua kwamba hiyo ni nchi yao na wao ni wamoja. Sisi Kenyatta hakujenga nchi. Kenyatta hakujenga taifa, alianza na kujenga nchi. Na nchi ni sawa na vile alikuwa anafanya, ni sawa na kujenga nyumba kwenye msingi mbaya. Yaani unajenga juu ya mchanga. Unaweza kuwa umejenga nyumba nzuri sana, lakini kama msingi ni mbaya, hiyo nyumba wakati kila mara itayumbika tu, itakuwa inaenda, mara unaona imebomoka upande huu, mara imebomoka. Haya, mtu ambaye Wakenya walimpatia nafasi ya kujenga taifa kwa moyo moja kabisa alikuwa Kibaki. Na Kibaki alikuja tukaona, na mimi usikia Wakenya wanamsifu Kibaki. Mimi Kibaki ndio president ovyo kabisa kama tu Kenyatta. Kwa sababu Wakenya walimpatia nafasi awasaidie kujenga taifa. Lakini yeye alirudi tu kwa ule ukabila ile Kenyatta alikuwa naye. Ile ukabila. So alifanya hiyo nafasi tukaikosa. Wakenya tukitaka kutoa hii mambo, ni lazima sisi Wakenya, sisi wenyewe tubadilishe mawazo. Manake hata saa hii watu wanamsifu Traore, lakini ukimsikiza Traore anawaambia watu wake, anawaambia wakinofazo, na anawaambia hata Waafrika to change mind zetu, to change vile tunavyofikiria, to change, tutoke kwa minyororo ya wakoloni. Kwa sababu hata saa hii tunasema ati sisi tunajita. Sisi hao viongozi ambao tumekuwa nao, Kenyatta, Moi, Kibaki, wote hawa wakina Ruto, wote wanafanya vile IMF inawaambia, vile European wanawaambia, vile America inasema ndio tunafanya. Tunafuata vile wanafanya. Saa hii watu wanamsifu Traore kwa sababu Traore amesema hapana, hii joke ya kufuata wa ukoloni sitaki, hata lugha yenu ya Fransa tumewacha, na ninyi mtoke tufanye mambo yetu sisi wenyewe. Ndio maana sisi tunashindwa kufanya mambo yetu sisi wenyewe. Nyerere alifanya mambo yake mwenyewe, alijenga taifa lake mwenyewe. Na hata ukiangalia sasa watu wanasema ati nani anasema, unajua kitu ukirudia kitu kimoja mara nyingi utaichukia, watu wataichukia. Inawezekana hata saa hii kiongozi awe ni mzuri sana kutoka wa Kikuyu, lakini watu wa Kenya hawatapenda namna hiyo. So inatakiwa kama Tanzania mbona hawachagui tu ati ni lazima kiongozi atoke sehemu fulani? Hapana. Unajua hizi ndizo vitu sisi wa Kenya hatufanyi kwa sababu sisi ni walafi. Hiyo ni kweli kabisa. Sisi ni walafi. Tunataka ubinafsi tu. Hatuangalii kwamba sisi wote hawa makabila 45 sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Ni lazima tuangalie kwamba kila mmoja wetu tumefanya ile kitu inaitwa Ubuntu, inaitwa Ubuntu. Wote ubinadamu, si wote ni same. Hauwezi kuwa kwamba wewe ninyi kabila fulani tu ndio mnataka kuongoza wenzenu. Hiyo haiwezekani kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo inaleta fujo mwishowe. Tanzania unaona wana uongozi wa kutoka sehemu tofauti bila kujali we ni kabila gani, lakini hawarudii kabila ati kabila fulani walikuwa president ndio kwa sababu ni wengi. Hawafanyi hivyo. Hata kidini, akiwa huyo ni Muislamu, mwingine anakuwa Mkristo. Ukiangalia wamekuwa wakifanya hivyo. Ndio kusema kila mtu anasikia habaguliwi. Sasa kitu fulani ikipelekwa mahali kitu fulani ikipelekwa mahali inasemekana ni serikali, lakini sisi wa Kenya tunakubali vile Ruto anafanya, ndivyo wa Kenya hata sisi tunafanyaga hivyo. Unajua sisi za nyingine hatujiangalii vile tunafanya. Sisi wa Kenya tunakubali kumuomba mjumbe wenu. Ukiwa na Harambee ndio mjumbe wenu, mkiwa na nini ndio mjumbe ndiye anaombwa, ndiye awapatie. Amuombi serikali haina, ni mjumbe ndiye anapatiwa. Sasa hata president ndio hivyo. Tumezoea president anakuja ametuletea nini, unaona, bila kusema serikali inatuletea nini. Tunasema president ametuletea nini. So hii ni mambo ambayo sisi wenyewe ndio tunafanya. Ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuwe na mabadiliko kimawazo. Mawazo yetu bado ni yale ya kikoloni. Sisi wenyewe mawazo yetu bado ni ya koloni, kwa sababu tunajibagua. Tunakubali kujibagua vile wakoloni walikuwa wanatuonyesha namna ya kubaguana. So hii ni jambo la kusikitisha. Ni lazima sisi wenyewe tubadilike. Watu walikuwa wanasema hata mambo ya majenzi wote ni wakabila, bado wako na fikra, washafundishwa na mambo ya ukabila. Kama kweli wao walikuwa wanajihisi kwamba wao si wakabila, wao ni wa Kenya, wako wapi? Mnionyeshe wako wapi? Hii mambo ya ukabila ambayo tunayo tuwezi kuendelea hivyo. Na mkimwangalia Traore anawafundisha watu wake kujitoa kwa mnyororo ya mzungu, kujitoa kwa mnyororo ya kusema kwamba mtu fulani atakuja kuwajengea nchi yao. Amewaambia lazima tutoke kwa hiyo fikara. Anajua kuna wengine katika nchi yao ambao bado ni wazungu, wanajiona kama ni wazungu kwa sababu wanataka tu wao ndio wawe naye. Sasa hiyo ndio kasumba ambayo sisi tunayo wa Kenya. So, lazima sisi wenyewe tubadilike. Nilikuwa nakwambia Bernard, lazima tuokoke kimawazo, tuone sisi ni wa Kenya na ni lazima tujue taifa letu ni sisi wenyewe tunaijenga. Hatuwezi kuijenga kama tunabaguana kwamba wewe kabila fulani, wewe kabila hili. Hiyo haitatufaa. Yeah. Na tukisema kwamba unaona Wakenya tukisema huyu kiongozi ni mbaya, tunasema mbaya kwa sababu si kabila letu, lakini kama ni kabila letu yeye bado ni mzuri tu. Watu walikuwa wanasema hapa kufa dereva, kufa tanboy. Sasa tanboy na dereva, tanboy ameenda kwa wale watu walikuwa wanasema tanboy afe. Sasa tanboy amekuwa sawa. Hii uongo ambao tunajidanganya nayo ni mtu kama amefanya kosa, ni lazima tukubali amefanya kosa. Awe ni ndugu yako, awe ni kaka yako, awe ni mjomba wako, ukubali hiyo ni makosa. Hapo tutaendelea, lakini hii ukabila ni ngumu sana. Kama Wakenya watakubali kwamba wanaongozwa na ukabila, hakuna mahali tunaenda. Mimi nawaambia ukweli. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you Jakindu Bey. Ngoma kali kweli. Mabibi na mabwana, ningependa kuwashukuru kila mmoja kwa kumakinika kufuata kipindi. Tafadhali tuendelee kulike video na kushare, kukaribisha wengi tu ili tumakinike katika kujua haya mambo yote. Na kubaliana na Jakindu Bey, tusihalalishe maovu kama tunataka kurekebisha nchi. Kitu ambacho nimeobserve sana katika nchi hii ni ile hali ya kuchagua kitu ambacho ni duni, na tunajua ni duni, lakini tunasema hiyo ndio tumepata. Kwa mfano ile uchaguzi. Tumefanya uchaguzi, imeonekana vizuri huu uchaguzi uko na dosari, lakini waambia because the people decided, or because we went through a rigorous process, let it be, let it go. So that justification ya yale yameenda mrama bila kuyarekebisha imefanyika sasa, imekuwa wa culture, imekuwa a way of doing things. It is so bad that siku hizi hata masomo pia tumeanza kufanya nini? Kukadiria. So badala wanafunzi wasukumwe waelewe kile kitu wanapaswa wanajifunza ili wakifanye, tunawatafutia ka balancing pale. Tunafanya A. I understand nowadays people can get A by 68%. My class teacher will kill you if you thought like that you can get an A with 68%. So I think as a people we need to have a rethink, and I'm happy what Jakindu Bey is saying. Tubadilishe mawazo yetu, haswa tukiwaza kama nchi, na njia ya pekee ya kuokoa nchi hii vizuri ni kila mtu kuwaza kikatiba. Kila mtu afanye kazi kikatiba, kwa sababu katiba imesema governor atafanya hii, mbunge atafanya hii, women rep atafanya hii, senator atafanya hii, na hawa watu watakuwa na uhusiano hivi. So tukienda kinyume na huu mkataba wetu, because katiba ni mkataba wetu kama Wakenya, tumeenda kinyume na hiyo. So yale mambo ambayo tulikuwa tunapaswa kutarajia yafanyike yamerudishwa wapi? Kwa mfuko wa rais. Eli wewe umekuwa hapa, mfuko wa rais, kama vile Moi alikuwa anatembea akileta siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, siasa mzuri, maisha mzuri. It is where we are back. We are back there. Now, if Migori wants to see the road, Ruto must bring it. If Kisumu wants to see a market, Ruto must bring it. If Nyeri wants to build a school dormitory, Ruto should bring it. If we want to open a borehole in Marsabit, Ruto must bring it. Are we making progress or are we going back? And when we are in support of that, it leaves me shaking because the 2010 constitution means nothing. It was for no use because it has been replaced by what? What we are doing and what it says is not in agreement. And then we are supporting the violation of that same constitution. So if we are supporting the violation of the constitution, are we being genuine about it? And all of it is in the pretext ya ukabila. Kwamba kabila fulani haitaki hii kabila fulani inachukia hii na hii haipendi hii. Can we go beyond that ukabila and do the right thing for the country? Just like Traore is doing. I know Traore is, he even told the people, I'm not a politician. I'm an army officer. And what I do it the military way. But the military way is working. Should we go the military way for anything to happen in this country, for this country? Because things are happening for communities, are happening for political parties, are happening for the favorites. And those forgotten, they continue being forgotten. For how long? We are 63 years since independence. When will we overcome that and just have an education system for Kenya, have a healthcare system for Kenya, have a country that doesn't need even a president to function? I die to see that kind of a scenario whereby kuna nchi ambayo Mkenya mahala popote alipo, awe nje ya nchi ama ndani ya nchi, amelindwa kisawasawa. Si kama hizi story tunasikia, sijui wa Kenya wamefungiwa sijui wapi, wengine sijui wametepeliwa wako wapi, na kuna mtu anastuka, bado tuko tu hapa. Tena hiyo idara ya serikali ndio imehadaa wa Kenya kuwachukua hela yao kwamba watawapeleka kufanya kazi, wakawaibia. Tena huyo minister ndio anakuja kwa TV anawaambia msifuate watapeli. Sasa watapeli ni kina nani?
Bernard, mpaka tutoke chini ya wazungu. Mpaka tutoke chini ya wazungu kudanganywa na hii mambo ya kusema ati demokrasi, ati sijui tunajichagua. Hizi ni vitu ambao wazungu wenyewe wanafanya. Lakini ukiwachunguza vizuri, wao wanachuja kiongozi, wanachuja. Sisi hatuchuji, tunafuata tu bila kujua hii kitu tunaambiwa tufanye ambayo wanasema ni democracy multi-party inatusaidiaje. Mimi nimewaambia hiyo kitu kwamba sisi wa Afrika tunafuata vitu bila kujua hii kitu ambayo wazungu wanatuambia inatusaidiaje. Wao wanatuambia tufuate hiyo kwa sababu wanajua kuna mtego. Kwa sababu wanajua sisi tutafanya, tukishafuata hiyo tunapoteza wakati mwingi kupigania kwamba sisi kabila fulani hii bora kabila. Hiyo wakati tunapigana hivyo, wao wanafaidika kwa sababu kama kuna rasilimali, wao yule ambaye tumemchagua atakuwa anawasikiliza, atafanya vile wanataka, kwa sababu ndio wampatie nini, protection. Watamwambia sasa wewe utafanya vile tunataka, protection. Angalia chunguza hao viongozi wetu tumekuwa nao wote, chunguza wote wamekuwa wakifanya vile Uingereza, sisi tulitawala na Uingereza, vile Waingereza wanataka. Angalia kampani za Uingereza vile wanatunyonya. Angalia, ni kwa sababu tutafaidika tu siku ile tutasema hapana, Uingereza toweni hii jeshi lenu hapa, hatutaki, tutajifanyia mambo yetu sisi wenyewe. Basi Hiyo ndio maana unaona Burkina Faso wanafanya nini. Hata Nyerere unaona nchi yake, kwa sababu hakuwa anasikilizana na wazungu, hakusikilizana nao. Ndio maana walikuwa wanasema Tanzania haina uongozi mzuri, sijui ni dictator, sijui South Korea wanasema, North Korea wanasema North Korea wanasema ni masikini, kwa sababu North Korea imekataa kuwasikiliza, inafuata mambo yake yenyewe. Sasa kama ninyi ni masikini, mnatoaje nuclear? Mtapata pesa wapi ya kutengeneza vitu kama nuclear? Mtapata scientist gani wa kuwatengenezea vitu kama mimi nasema siku ile tutatoka kwa yoke ya wazungu kuwasikiliza, hiyo ndio tutajikomboa, na watu wamsikilize Traore na Mali na Niger na Burkina Faso ndio itakomboa Afrika. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Jakindube. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are taking a short break. When we come back, we revisit what we are talking about. I need to make an official communication, then tunarudi. Mami, nimeona mkono wako, subiri tu kidogo. Naomba as we take a short break, karibisha mtu ili tumakinike. We are headed for the home stretch na hata tujafika nusu ya masuala ya leo, lakini naomba tu tafadhali tujitahidi kukaribishana, tumngamue mambo haya, tuelewane mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Asante sana.
We also work on creating documents, feature stories, explainer videos, 3D animation, and anything media related. We also offer consultation on media related topics. Our work is timely, professional, and very affordable. So talk to us, soundcandytalk@gmail.com, or you can call us on 07 18 45 45 85. Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candy Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and live. Reach on us today. Tonight.
Basi yule mtoto akasema ile siku moja mimi sijaenda kanisani na Yesu Kristo anakuja.
Because kuleta ndege ya Chief of Defense Forces down is not only negligence but criminal negligence.
Nilikuja hapa hadi ya Gong nikamwambia mchague Ruto. Na mimi naomba msamaha.
Na mchezo huu rais ni mchezo ambao utakusaidia wewe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Ni mchezo ambao unakufundisha jinsi vile kufanya kazi.
Your Excellency, what helped that case was there was a policeman who recorded his statement in English.
Sasa huyu ndiye nilipiga kofi. Juzi ndio amenipigia simu akaniambia.
Tonight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of our conversation. We are looking at the fury of the public against the political elite in our country, and the way our politics is going. Are our politicians safe? And if they are not safe, are Kenyans safe in all this? And then, of course, the cases that are prevailing. We have assassination cases, and then generally insecurity of the population out there. So as we engage on this matter, we want every one of us as the Kenyan people to be on the lookout, and then, of course, take lessons. If there is anything, we need to take lessons in ensuring that we don't repeat our mistakes and we don't end up the same place over and over again. One of the reasons why we have elections is so that we can correct whatever we did wrong in the previous one in the new one. But if we continue repeating the same and ending up in the same place, then it means we are not learning and we are not improving. We like being in a mess. That's why we keep, electing leaders and putting people in office who will keep us in slavery. Kama vile Jakindube anasema, kama tunataka kutoka kwa hiyo, kuna vitu ambavyo lazima tuachane navyo na kuna vitu ambavyo lazima tuvichukue na tuvifanye vya kwetu kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tuna leta maendeleo ambayo ni halisi, maendeleo ya kuendeleza Wakenya na Wakenya waendeleze nchi inaitwa Kenya. Sio maendeleo ya kuendeleza nchi bila kuendeleza taifa. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yes, Bernard. The only way nje mambo ya hii rais itulie. Baba amejaribu kutuambia tuteremushe pesa iende kwa counties. If every county can have enough peanut, then rais huko juu, you will shanga, nobody want even to be the rise of this country. Kwa sababu kila pesa yote itakuwa imetoka huko chini. So rais cannot be going everywhere and say I bring 50 million, 30 million because, for example, 15%, kama tungekuwa tumekubali kuwa na 35%, from there now, tungekuwa tumefikisha 50% kwa every county. Hakuna mtu atataka kuwa rais kwa sababu rais itakuwa ni makafanas. Na utakuwa na ruhusa kuangalia kafana yako na umwambie we need all these services. So baba ameng'ang'ana, and I wish Kenyans, kabla baba ataretire, tungekuwa tumetoa hiyo pesa kwa huko juu na kila county. Nobody will want to be the president of Kenya kwa sababu atakuwa tu ni CEO kwa office. But tuna support rais nao na members of parliament wanataka pesa ya CDF, badala ingeenda kwa education, watoto wasome free. Women rep anataka pasari, governor anataka pasari, MCA anataka pasari, MP anataka pasari. Hiyo pasari watoto ngapi wanapata fena? Why can this money iende kwa shule devolution iteremuke? So hii swali yote tunauliza, tumefanya nini, tutaenda wapi? There is no way. Kama rais yenye tunataka atakuja na mamlaka itakuwa kwa hiyo ofisi bado Bernard, Kenyans wataendelea kupigana. So kama tunataka ukweli, let us go back, tutoe pesa huko juu, tupeleke kwa counties. Wacha watu wapigane kwa governor kwa county sao, and let them elect the best. County yangu ikianguka Bernard, you will not go to Kitale ama uende naitwa nini ile, you cannot go to another county. Kama wewe unakula pesa yako na viongozi yako, your county ita remain down. So if we want to finish these things, wacha tuteremushe pesa kwa counties. We don't care. Kila county itakuwa na pesa yake. Hiyo tu ita save Kenya. Na baba amepigana na watu waoni. Wakati Raila ataondoka na wamekuja watu wenye wawezi taka kuchua county, they will finish the counties, waende kwa Supreme President, na huko ndiye tutapigania. Thank you, Bernard. Hiyo tu ndiye tukitaka kufaulu. Turutishe pesa mashinani.
Exactly. Thank you, Mami. That's a good point and an important one. Na ilo swala la basari. Saa hii kuko na mvutano katikati ya wabunge na ile kile baba anasema tuachane na maneno na CDF. Hiyo pesa inaenda kwa CDF iende kwa county, ili governor aendeleze maendeleo ya county, na ile kazi inafanywa na CDF iwekwe chini ya counties. Sasa hiyo wabunge sasa wameenda kwa wananchi, wanashinikiza kwamba hiyo CDF ibaki, kwa sababu hiyo ndio wananchi wanaona, na wanaona kwa sababu inatumika kwa miradi ambayo ni parallel. Okay, governor anafanya hivi, mbunge anafanya hivi, saa hii sasa tena MCA anataka ya kwake naye afanye hivi, women rep ako na yake afanye hivi. We are creating confusion other than having a systematic way of developing the country, and we are so much used to that, and it's the really challenge that we get used to even doing things outside the law, and if the law doesn't agree with us, we'll change the law so that it ratifies what we are doing. I think we need some strong leadership that will put their foot down and say tunafuata sheria. Na by now this is the 15th year of 15th year of devolution. We should have reached 50%, like Mama is saying. Why are we still fighting with 15? Are we serious about devolution if we have not moved that amount even to 25%, bado tuko 15 on the 15th year of devolution? It means we are not making progress, and we are keen in killing counties, which is very wrong. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I bring Eli to respond and of course make his submission, I want to remind us we're paying bills, and I need good money to sort out bills that are overdue. You know that we take care of Frank as well as take care of the bills. Meskia token ikilia wakati tunaendelea na show. I don't know what Wandai is doing with the tokens, lakini the consumption is very high, and we are even using limited light. Unaona studio iko na mwangaza yote. We are trying to control, but it is still taking a toll on us. So I really need everyone's support to sort out the bills. I need to the tune of 30K to be able to clear all the bills for this new month. So tafadhali, nashukuru kwa wale ambao washatuma, lakini tuko mbali sana. Naomba tafadhali tuma mchango wako, details ziko hapo kwa comments, and then of course tutashukuru. You know, it is important that we shoulder responsibility for everything. That's one way of us proving our being mature and responsible. Unajua kuna wale ambao tunapenda kupewa na hatupendi kutekeleza wajibu. Responsibility is important, especially in leadership. And so as this channel, we are given to see to it that we are here, and we are helping Kenyans make sense of their politics, educating our population, and then of course participating into humanitarian matters like supporting of Frank and the Shosho. Naomba tu tusichoke. I know the situation is not very friendly. The economy is not working the way it should, and so everyone is straining. But even when we are straining, let's not drop noble working like what we are doing. We have done very good stewardship of everything that we have made, and that's why we are still here. If we were not doing that good stewardship, tungekuwa tushafunga kitambo na tukatoroka. So nakuomba tu tafadhali, tumia details ndio hizi, tuma mchango wako, tukasonge mbele. You can either use the till number 516575 Sound Candy Talk, ama utumie the M-Pesa number +25471845458 Bernard is the name. So tafadhali, we can do a challenge 30K by the time we close the show. in the next less than 30 minutes. Asante sana. Thank you. Bwana Eli, upo? Eli, did you move? Okay, as Eli puts himself together, let's just listen to this.
4 senior ranking police officers have been charged in connection with the killing of 6-month-old baby Samantha Pendo that occurred in the great county of Kisumu way back in 2017.
The Director of Public Prosecution approved charges ranging from murder, rape, and torture against the 4 officers.
However, 7 other police officers were excluded from the charge sheet. And as Ruth Wamboi reports, the National Police Service has informed the court that the 11th suspect, Mohammed Ba, who's a retired police officer, remains at large, with efforts to locate him at his rural home in Wajir bearing no fruits.
In a record 30 pages charge sheet for police inspectors John Chengo Masha, Lina Kogei, Cyprian Robi, and James Rono sat patiently as the charges were read to them. The 4 officers face charges of murder, rape, and crimes against humanity under the International Crimes Act.
The third accused person is not just a responsible citizen of this country in the capacity of a police officer, but she is such senior police officer in the capacity of Chief Inspector of Police.
The positions and the roles that the accused persons held that informed the arraignment. It is not in doubt that the accused persons are police officers. And I want to invite the court to consider that position vis-a-vis civilians, victims. We cannot ignore.
The court was informed that under their command, their subordinates stormed civilians' home, allegedly tortured and raped over 20 women.
Court enters plea of not guilty to all the charges in the amended information as read to all the accused persons in English, and they pleaded to each of the counts not guilty.
The victims' lawyers who opposed their release also poked holes on why the charge sheet contained only 4 accused persons, yet the court on January 30th directed all 11 accused persons to take plea.
The victims, in this case, went through horrendous experiences, as described the particulars of the cases. And it will be fair to all parties that an express term restricting any contact whatsoever.
But in a quick rejoinder, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution stated that it has reviewed the case in light of new findings, and the DPP has exercised its prosecutorial powers.
The position of the IO is that he is seeking for 7 working days to be able to conduct victim assessment.
The DPP should not be directed to institute criminal charges.
The National Commission on Human Rights equally, we intend to call them as witnesses. They will be very useful witnesses for the state. The IPOA, we shall be calling them as witnesses. They are investigators in this case.
Since the case began in 2022, 10 suspects have been arraigned in court, with 4 of them now formally charged. The 11th accused person, Mohammed Ba, retired police officer, has never been arrested, with NPS stating efforts to locate him at his rural home in Wajir County has so far been unsuccessful.
So between now and the 7 days, I will release you on same terms and on those 5 conditions.
Justice Margaret Muigai has directed the officers to adhere to the guidelines of personal recognizance, with the case set for mention in a week's time.
Tunaona kama tunaweza pata haki ya mtoto wangu. Nimetafuta haki ya mwanangu kutoka mwanzo mpaka sasa, lakini naona kama Mungu anaelekea, anafungua njia. juu kuchukua tu hiyo plea peke yake ilikuwa ni shida, lakini venye sasa imepatikana najua tutapata.
Even as the 4 senior police officers have taken a plea of not guilty, the Law Society of Kenya and the victims' lawyers have questioned the rationale that was used by the DPP in excluding the 7 other police officers. Ruth Wamboi reporting from Milimani, Lokot.
Mama, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nimesema kwani Eli yako na poma mbili amekimbia poma ingine kwanza. Hata kwa mama mdogo kuna chomeka.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Sengenya.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Pole Eli, nilikuwa na kuchokosa pole.
Nimeheshimu sana ile nini tumekuwa nayo leo, kwa sababu naona tuko na open discussion, na hii kitu ya nini hii confusion tuko nayo saizi kwa nchi, ati hatujui kama Ruto ndiye atarudi kama rais, alafu kitu chochote ambacho kichafanyika. Wao wengine wamesema ati there is no way Ruto can get back into power, but we know that that's what's going to happen because we have a history of rigging, and the IEBC hakuna kitu inafanyika hapo. So who is in power now is controlling the IEBC. Kila kitu kimekuwa captured. Sasa mi naona sasa vile tuone vile ile kesi ya Ruto anatuletea na kesi ya hao wengine, kama tunaweza kubalance sisi wenyewe, tuone kama tunaweza kukubali ati huyu ndio mtu wetu ama yule ndio mtu wetu. Hiyo tu.
Wacha niulize Eli swali moja. Eli, kati ya hii group na Ruto na kati ya Azimio Baba na ile group yote, na Ruto alikuwa nakimbia peke yake na akamanage, na hii group ya sai, even apart from Matiang'i, hata Matiang'i ni nini kweli? Yani like kama hakuna watu wenye tofauti, he will walk over, hata hakuna kuuliza, because Kalonzo, Martha Karua, atuwa Munyoro, sijui wareore nini, hakuna. Kama hakuna serious candidate, sorry.
And also the candidates that are available, what normally happens is that the so-called incumbent, huyo ataingia hapo kwa kila chama, he will infiltrate all those political parties, and it's an easy thing to do in our Kenya, and it makes it so difficult for the opposition, which is always divided. This is one of the reasons why, apart from rigging, these guys know how to divide the opposition. People are saying that maybe we might be lucky this time, because this time is like 2002. That's what is making people, including myself, that maybe this might help us. But this might help us if we have a candidate. Yani yule hata ukienda kwa village kabisa, kule yani umeingia kule ndani kabisa, where people have never even heard of Kenyan politics as such. Watu wanakuambia ati, are you going to Kenya? Because they live in the most remote areas. But those people, they will respect that particular candidate that is different from the people that we see now. I can't see that person right now. But if the youth mobilized and they have a strong political leader, I think this is possible, because majority of the population of the voting population is young. But that can actually rescue the country. But we have a situation where the status quo are in both the opposition and the government, and also they keep changing their tunes, and some of them are actually already part of Ruto's system. They pretend to be in the opposition. This is a very difficult situation, you know, and Ruto and his side will be waiting to unleash anything and everything they know of these political leaders on the other side, because they're the ones who have the instruments of power. Aki, if you asked me, is there a chance that a political leader can come from a serious military background? Yani, you get someone like Traore, a young person, says enough is enough. Kenyans are fed up. Let's take this thing and make sure the country reforms. We don't even have that. Yani, there's no way Kenya can get a person like Traore. So that one we forget about it. Because as we said, kila mahali kimekuwa captured. There is no hope at the moment from the class that I see or we see. If we see people who are coming now telling us that the international system has shortchanged Kenya, that our constitution needs reforms, that the education system is poor, we need a county system that is ethical. This sort of person, who is he or she? This is a problem. It's a nightmare. If that person is there, I think that Ruto has no chance. Ruto, when I say Ruto, I mean, in fact, there's a question someone asked earlier, I think it was Bernard, trying to say Ruto as the system or Ruto as a person. So if we had that alternative position where yani kuna kitu Ruto akienda kwa podium, we subject him to every single tyranny that he has messed up the country with, every single story we know about corruption, everything that we can say as the opposition can make people right into the villages understand that Ruto cannot be in charge anymore. But we still don't have that in our guts to express this view and say that we have to uncapture the things that have been captured. We still don't have that. Okay? If, for example, Mr. Francis Atwoli was removed from power in between now and 2027, that would be one of the most incredible achievements that Kenyans have done. Okay? We know that Mr. Atwoli is resigning, is retiring next year. But we also know that the people who will be taking over from Atwoli, most of them, they are worse than him. It's something that I hope that can actually be one of those mobilizing factors in Kenyans' history of change and how we want to change the country. Lakini sasa kama trade union yenyewe ndio iko na shida. So the Kenya that we had in the 1990s and up to 2002, around there, where NGOs were so powerful, yani trade unions were competing with NGOs and churches to see who is who in terms of changing the country. Those are the moments that we need to get back into. But it seems that people, in fact, when you look at literature, if you look at the writings on the media, the opinion polls, that are being, which are being tabulated by different interest groups. You just feel that all this intelligentsia of different parts of the Kenyan society, they don't have a clue. They don't want to say the things that they should say. And I think that this part of the intellectual bit of the society, and when I say intellectual, I don't mean ati watu ambao wameenda Alliance, Mangu, sijui wapi. I mean the people who hold the key of research, the media, opinion, things that matter in terms of our economy. Those people are failing us as well, because hao pia walikuwa captured. So ndio maana nasema kama tungekuwa na hizo hapo tu openly, mimi naona tuko na njia tunaweza kushuhudia kile tunaita freedom na independence that Kenyans want at the moment. It's a very, very powerful thing that can happen. We can get Kenya back to the 90s where the opposition said things that are solid, and then in 2002 they changed the game. Hizi zingine ati sijui tunaenda kwa Munyoro, sijui tunaenda kwa Matiang'i, kule Sugoi tunaenda.
What happened with Maraka? Nani ali exchange Maraka? Maraka could be better.
But then again, what do you know about Maraga? Honestly, Maraga is not a type of person who even wants to meddle into politics of Kenya. I don't think so. People,
as a CEO, I think Maraga could be better.
But you think that those people in the opposition and in Ruto's side will give him a chance?
No, the youth, I know Maraga could stand with the youth. And then now, the way we have Kibaki and what we call this man, Kibaki and Matiba, why can't we have Maraka and Matiang'i? Because
hapo hatu unataka Wakisii wawili. Unajua sisi ni watu wa ukabila hii Kenya yetu, so unataka Wakisii wawili.
No, I'm saying, I'm really saying, ukweli ni kwamba when the name of Maraka was mentioned, I know opposition will not like Maraka kwa ile principle na watu wengi wanaweza kumupenda, na kwa sababu bado tuko na 2 years na Maraka amenyamaza. So kama kuna third party ama baba wakiona ama Ruto na baba waone mambo imeumana, waone most likely who is the person, and they say, well, Maraka, come get this thing. What do you think?
I really think that is something for Kenyans in Kenya, like Bernard, to describe that situation better, because personally, I wouldn't have a clue. The much I know about Maraga is so basic.
So you want with this you now, you want to give us between the two candidates. They say charity begins at home. If you are to give us now, we are voting me, Penat, and you. We are 3 here. Now, tuko na Maraka na tuko na Matiang'i. Na tunakutaka wewe unitongose na utongose Penat. Between the two, who could you vote? Who could you tell us?
Okay. Now I understand your question. I think then I would go for Justice Maraga. Maraga, yes.
I can go for Maraka. Penat?
Of course,
but you can see that Bernard is not comfortable with that question.
No. Look at you, Elliot. Stop judging me. The Maraka candidature, in fact, it's on. Well, let's not brush it off. It's on. He has expressed interest, and he says he can serve. He has led one arm of the government. He doesn't see any problem leading the other, and he's banking on the Gen Z support. In fact, there was an issue with the Kisii elders trying to prevail over him not to go ahead with that ambition because in favor of Matiang'i. It's like the majority of the Kisii elderly leadership is for Matiang'i and not Maraga. But the Maraga Omtata ticket is there hanging somewhere. And probably people are saying that it could be Baba's secret wherever card that he's playing. Najua Baba nakuanga na story of surprises. So there is that consideration. But for me, I will be the really ticket that I believe would tilt the scale in the country if Kenyans were thinking rightly and want the best for the country, would have a ticket like Maraga Sifuna. Sifuna being youthful, Maraga being elderly, and then of course all of them being law-abiding and insistence on the rule of law, will recover the country faster, other than getting this coalition of people with vested interests want to protect each other. Because if Matiang'i becomes president, he has to protect Gachagua, and he has to protect the Uhurus, the Kenyattas. He has to protect this and this. So there is a package that is coming with already. But if we have people who are free and will establish proper rule of law in the country, our recovery program will be faster and will get the country running. But will Kenyans buy into that with their tribal mentality? It is also a huge challenge, but we can't rule that out as well, because where we are, things are very delicate and anything can happen. Anything can happen, like Wamunyoro has the mountain, he can lose it the following day. And it looks like Kalonzo is not this, he can become something the other day. So in my opinion, we really need serious new blood at State House, not these recycled people. Okay, the recycled people. So getting the Maraga ticket, to me, it will work wonders. Omtata too. I really want the country to be governed so that watu wakue huru. Lakini kirudi ile old KANU that we are having right now, we are trying to rebuild right now, we'll need another 50 years to get out of where we are digging ourselves in.
Between Sufuna with ODM, Maraga is okay, but Wamutata from where? Because now you are also giving us two things. For me, if you talk of Sufuna, I know Baba can talk to ODM and Sufuna can, he has ametuonyesha. Maraga he has done his own, but Sufuna also, being a young man, as you said, na kona principle. But huyu naye, ukikuchia sasa sisi na 2 lawyers, the way we are going to 2 kisses, then Wamutata na Sufuna, I think you could have given one person. Kwa sababu
No. I'm only saying, I'm saying what people are saying online. Okay? Kuna wale wanasema wanataka Maraga Omtata ticket. Then me nikasema Omtata is not very different in age bracket na Maraga in terms of their age group. But Sifuna is a bit younger, so he will appeal more to the Gen Z and to the youth and all that. They will feel more at home with Sifuna there than when we give them 2 elders. But kama maswala ya Maraga hana chama, ukumbuke Ongeri alihama sijui kutoka wapi akaingia ODM na akachaguliwa kama senator wa Kisii. So Baba ndio dawa hii maneno. Tunaweza kufanya Maraga kwa ODM by tomorrow morning. Hiyo haiwezi kuwa shida.
I think tukitaka ukweli Penat, ni kwamba people should talk about Maraka, and then they will look at a running mate, a very better running mate. So again, walitupa wapi Morara ama walikuwa naita nani Kipishu? That one has gone. Amemeswa.
No, kuna shida na Gen Z. Kuna shida na Gen Z wanafightiana among themselves. So Morara akona chama yake, hiyo chama inasemekana ni personal property. So a lot of things are happening huko na the Gen Z movement. But what I see is the politics are too early to call, in my opinion. Hizi games zote zinafanywa saa hizi zitasambaratika. We mama unakumbuka tu 2013, 2012 kulikuwa na G7. Wale walikuwa wanatembea pamoja wakiomba pamoja kwamba wataenda kusimama pamoja. Siku ya kura walikuwa ilifanyikaje? Kalonzo alienda kwake, Mudavadi akaenda kivyake, Eugene akaenda na Uhuru na hiyo mambo yote.
Nigeria.
Yes. So hii wanakutana, sioni ikishika mpaka mwisho.
No, for real, hii ya Munyoro, Penat, hii group ya Munyoro, count out, hakuna kitu hapo. One for real, they will not allow Matakarua to run for anything. They will not give her a chance. Kama wangemwachia kama mama, then wa Munyoro angeanzisha chama. Wangesema now this is the party. Again, wanaenda lete Matiang'i asimame na Jubilee. Do you think all people from Central watawacha chama yao waende wa Jubilee ya Matiang'i wakifikiria vile Ruto walimufanya? So that ticket is not there. Kalonzo, again, Kalonzo alifikiria ataendosiwa na hiyo watu yote ya opposition. Kalonzo hakuna mtu ana name. Kalonzo is just sitting there. That is why hata ajui vitu ya kusema. So hiyo ticket kwanza tusahau. Ndio unaona Ruto ameanza kucheka. Wakati Ruto alimanage kutoa baba kwa hiyo maneno, alafu ya pili, hata hii story ya opposition kwenda street, mambo ya kelele, unaona imetulia. Ruto anafanya kazi. For real, awe na uongo ama asiwe na uongo, hakuna watu wana nini sana. Ndiye sababu unaona hata hiyo kiatu achataka hata kusema, sababu hiyo ni calculation. Wamefikiria somebody was calculating mambo ya huyu MB ndiye asifaulu pale Nyanza. Then now the throwing of a stone. Na amekataa kuongea hiyo. So unajua wakati umeassume hiyo imekufa kifyake. Then ile mambo Gladys Wanga walitaka, serikali imekimbia wata sacrifice. Kama wamekuwa wakificha zingine sote, na hii ni kama
Sorry, mommy. You are mute. We can't hear you.
Oh, yes. I'm saying, Bernard, for the sake ya hiyo unity, mambo ilifanyika, hiyo kiatu ilitupwa Migori. Unaona hakuna mtu ameongea, ni kama mtoto alijaribu kucheza mpira, kwa sababu wanajua maybe it was a target. Walitaka kuona reaction. Walitaka kuona kama atachapa watu. Unaona waliassume na kasi ikaendelea. Kuna mambo ya MP, huyo Pati Mbaya ameenda. Pia serikali imekimbia speed kulingana na matakwa yale Gladys Wanga alisema. We need to know the truth. Sasa watu wameshikwa, ukweli itasemwa. Sasa hiyo pia kama ilikuwa ni mpango, kwa sababu inaonekana kwa Nyanza kuna ile watu ya chama ya Ruto UDA They want to be proud, like sasa sisi tunataka kutambulika kwa sababu Ruto amekuja. Naye ODM inasema no, hapa kwetu ni ODM zone. So wale watu walikuwa na Ruto, they are still surviving. Hawajapatiwa chance. So ukiona hiyo mambo Penat, na tukifanya siasa sasa, the rest of the country are quiet. Wananchi Western wamenyamaza, Nyanza wamenyamaza, Coast wamenyamaza, Northeastern yote wamenyamaza, Rift Valley imenyamaza. Kelele inatokea tu upande moja. Nairobi ndio hiyo wanatuambia siri. How could you say ati kwa Munyoro ati sasa tuende tuchukue Nairobi kwa sababu tumepata Wakisii? How could you be proud? Hapo Muluya nani alikuwa pale? Huyu nani Balala? Huyu wa Malwa? Huyu Natembea? No. So hii watu, they are proud of nothing. Unajua Penat, hiyo mkutano 90% ilikuwa inaongewa mlima. Tumetengwa, tumelete marafiki. So ukiona inchi, for real now we are talking serious politics. Kenya imetulia. Walipiga kelele Northeastern kitambulisho lalala, wakanyamaza. Masaini imenyamaza, everywhere imenyamaza. Nyanza ndio hiyo imenyamaza. Mahali kelele ni wapi? Kwa Wamunyoro. Wa Kenya na hii story ya tulisikia mastiko kwa wakati ya Ruto, kwa Moi na mastiko wakati ya Ruto imeenea kwa watu wengi wa Kenya ya kwamba mastiko is because it is you Bernard or somebody else tomorrow. So hii mambo kama hatutakuwa na candidate, na baba aliuliza swali kama Ruto mastiko, so what? Ndiye nani akuje? Ndiye wa Munyoro? Ndiye hiyo group ya Kalonzo? So Bernard akiendelea kuenda kwa juu, kuruka, kufanya, na unajua sasa ako na akili, ameanza kufanya kazi. Uniambie what they will do? Nothing. Ukweli. So watu wachipange na kuenda kuonyesha Martha Karua na kama wangesema mama, unajua at least watu wanaesaona mumama, lakini pia Martha Karua alikuwa na baba, akatuba baba akaenda kwa Munyoro. Kalonzo wakaenda kwa Munyoro, na tulisema driver na conductor. Now they are telling us Kachakwa ni mzuri. Na ile mambo Kachakwa anaongea tangu asubuhi na jioni. Kama Ruto ni muongo, Kachakwa ni nini? Yale yote anatuambia, mbona hakusema the first year? Na kama Ruto alikuwa muongo, kwa nini alikubali kufanya kazi chini ya muongo? So the two people, wakati Yesu alisulufishwa, tulikuwa na tu walikuwa naitwa nini? Wesi wawili. Mmoja akasema ukipanikiwa ukienda Baratiso nikumbuke. Mmoja akamwambia wewe unajifanya mtoto ya Mungu, ujisave. Sasa hiyo mambo watu wanaona. Kachakwa is not quiet, is so proud. Na Ruto amenyamaza, watu wamemwambia muache aseme yote ila ako nayo. Atachimaliza yeye mwenyewe. A principal person. Wezi niite watu wakuje wanisaidie kuua Penat. Kama uko na makosa na Penat, pikana na Penat peke yako. Ukimwangusha Penat, tutakupigia makofi. Lakini unaita watu unamwambia kucheni. Si agenda. Agenda ni kutoa Ruto kwa sababu alikutoa. Haya, ndio huyu Matiang'i anakuja. badala na yeye await hata angeruti Kisii pale Penat, akuwe na chama yake, ila hata ya Nyachai, aonekana amekuja na chama, anegotiate na hii watu wangemsikiza. Lakini Uhuru anaenda kumulete. Uhuru wamerokota, kumbe wamenyang'anya mashamba ya watu. Naona mambo ya Narok inalupuka, watu wamechukua Penat. Kenya mambo iko. We are not supporting. Mi si support Ruto, but ukweli ni kwamba if not Ruto, who? Si tuna support baba. Na baba amenyamaza. Anawacha vijana wapimane, enda Nyanza, tengeneza nchi.
Sawa mami, wacha tu nini. Naomba tuanze kutamatisha. Masaa ndio hayo. It's 27 minutes to 4 a.m. Nakana leo ni leo. Lakini hiyo maswali ni nakubaliana na wewe, saa hii ni mapema sana. And then kuna principle ya siasa ambayo ni kwanza baba ndo anajua kuitumia sana. In politics you must never be seen coming. You should always be seen arriving. So hii inachorwa na kina Kalonzo na Wamnyoro na wote ambao wanakutana. Inaonekana wazi. Si wewe unajua msemo inasema ukitaka kufunga ng'ombe kamba uionyeshi kamba kwanza. So hii inaonyesha kamba mapema, si unajua inaonekana haiendi mahali. So without necessarily writing off people, I think we deserve better as Kenyans and we should insist for the very best. Ruto afanye yake, Wamnyoro aseme ya kwake, kuna Muturi aseme ya kwake, wote waseme yote, lakini mwisho wa siku tunataka Kenya bora kwa kila Mkenya, na hiyo Kenya bora itatokana na uongozi bora, na huo uongozi bora tuko nao katika nchi hii, kwa sababu tumezaa, tumelea, tumesomesha. Kuna watu wengi tu kwa hii nchi ambao wanaweza kuwa viongozi. Sio lazima tutumie hawa ambao wanajulikana, hawa ambao tunawaona. And I believe we can also have a surprise candidate. Surprise candidate yule atajitokeza, inaweza kuwa dakika ya mwisho na bebe vitu, sababu katika siasa na historia imeonyesha kuna ile mtu anajitokeza tu alafu anabeba anabeba inji mzima, kama Wajakoya. Sisi Wajakoya tu kumtarajia alijitokeza, na kujitokeza hiyo akapata kura zake hapo kiasi tu nzuri. Kwanza alishinda Mudavadi. So ni wakati ambapo nataka tuache kila kitu kiwa open and then let Kenyans sober up and be prepared. And then unasema elections 2027. Kuna revelation nyingine ambayo nani Willis ameeleza kwamba kulingana na katiba elections hiyo baada ya miaka mitano, ni katika mwaka wa 5, na hiyo pia iko kotini sahi. So koti ikiamua kwamba ni election ni Tuesday ya pili kwa mwaka wa 5, inamaanisha election itakuwa 2026, hiyo 2027, August 2026. So na inaonekana wanasiasa wameona hiyo, ndio wako mbioni kusukuma hivi mambo. That also will explain why Ruto cannot stay in the office now. He has to keep moving and redeem time, for he knows time is running out. But at the end, let us pray for a better Kenya, work for a better Kenya, and get leaders who are indeed leaders. To see settle kwa wale wako politically correct. They can be politically correct but wrong for the country. The country is in a very critical place. Hao vijana wamefika 70%. Kama vijana wako 70%, na hawana kazi, hiyo ni time bomb. Na kama hakuna mikakati mizuri ambayo itawasimulate iwaweke katika productive engagement, we will just lose the country no matter who is in power. So we really need an urgent, a serious team of leaders ambao wata-address haya maneno na wasaidie nchi, sio watumie nchi kujinufaisha kisiasa.
But Bernard, why can Ruto now, kwa sababu anafanya kazi na baba ni baba ya devolution, why can Ruto release the 35 iende kwa counties to make his name, na at least unajua pesa ikiteremuka kutoka huko juu, if I was Ruto and I wish watu wangemuongelesha, ni kwamba ateremushe pesa iende counties, Bernard, because he's the president now na ameshikana na baba. The best thing, and I'm seeing something coming. Ukiona baba ameongea mambo ya CDF na anasema pesa iende kwa counties, I wish Ruto ile kitu anaweza fanya kwa Wakenya. At least watu wanataka kusema constitution turekebishe, Ruto aseme well 45 iende kwa counties, twende kwa referendum na baba afanye campaign. Bernard, I'm telling you, hii group yote wanalia, hakuna mtu atataka kuwa rais. Ruto ataenda for another 5 years, amalizane, atuwache kama pesa yetu zimekuja counties. Kitambo ende ya mwisho aweke 65. Mwenye anataka kuja president 2032 anakuja tu na kalamu. Na sisi kwa counties yetu, Bernard, tuchunge pesa yetu, tuone who is our governor. Unajua sasa na Makoli ama Nandi, Nandi watakaa chini kutaka kutafuta mtu mzuri atakuwa governor, kwa sababu utaenda Washingishu kuliwalilia. So I think the best thing baba anaweza fanya na Ruto sahi na baba ni ateremushe hiyo pesa chini.
That's a good one, and we wish that happens. But nafikiria Ruto anaogopa wabunge. Anaogopa wabunge kwa sababu wabunge ndio wanataka CDF. Baba amewaambia waachane na CDF, wafanye kazi yao. Hawataki kuachana na hiyo CDF kwa sababu hapo pia wanakulia. Na Ruto anaona akiwanyang'anya CDF wanaweza kumfanyia impeachment. So ndio anacheza na hiyo game kiakili. Anawaomba sijui wamwachie yeye sasa asimamie maneno ya barabara na nini. Ruto alikuwa ameamua hata waongeze pesa ingine ya barabara. But the really way for proper channel ya development kufanyika vizuri ni hiyo unasema counties iongezewe pesa na county isimamie development yote, isigawe. So pesa kidogo ati imeenda kwa mbunge, pesa ingine sijui imeenda kwa women rep, pesa ingine imeenda kwa president sijui anafanya basari. Hizo vitu zote zikuwe collapsed. Pesa yote iende kwa county na county isimamie development yote, maendeleo yote ya county. Kama county inahitaji shule, county ijenge. Kama county inahitaji soko, county ijenge. Kama county inahitaji hospitali, county ijenge. So that tunajua governor kazi yake ni development ya county. Na hiyo development is informed by the people. That's how the constitution is supposed to work. Lakini sasa hizi interference na this overlap ndio zina create confusion, and that confusion is meant to enhance corruption. Ili contractor wa kujenga Vihiga market anatolewa wapi? Anatolewa Nairobi. sababu ya devolution ilikuwa pesa vile imepelekwa Vihiga, vijana wa hapo wapi Vihiga wapewe hizo contract ili pesa hii isambae kwa hiyo county na county hii ikue to help that economy. Lakini sasa tunafanya ile exodus, tunachukua sasa contract ya nini, tunapatia contractor, anatoka Mombasa, anaenda kujenga barabara wapi? Marsabit. Okay, akilipwa pesa anarudi nazo wapi? Mombasa. So pesa zile zilikuwa zitumike ku enhance the economy ya Marsabit, zimerudi wapi? Zimetoka nje. So it's a crazy world, but I believe that we can find a way around it. Na that's why tunahitaji kiongozi ambaye anajua sheria na anasimamia sheria, siye kiongozi ambaye anaegemea sana siasa. Na kama kuna shida na William Ruto ni kuegemea sana siasa bila kupeana uongozi na pia kusimamia maneno. Anaegemea siasa na anategemea siasa, tofauti na Kibaki. Kibaki hakuwa anajua siasa.
Maraka is the candidate.
And kulikuwa na rumor kwamba yeye ni secret candidate wa Ruto, so tujue atakuwa wa nani, lakini naomba mami tumalize saa 10 na nipata hapa.
Asante Penat, good night.
Yes. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are calling it a day. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. Please keep it at Sound Candy Talk, even when we have signed out. Keep sharing the video so that people can catch up with what we discussed. And we are preparing to come back later in the day with more programs. So be a subscriber and follow us. Those of you following us on TikTok, asanteni sana. Naomba tafadhali likes mob tunapomalizia, and then of course share the video with more people. Let more people understand what Kenyans are saying, why Kenyans are saying, and then of course why we need better leadership in our country. David Macheneri anasema they say 3 people have been arrested huko Kahanja kwani Ruto alichapwa na viatu vitatu. No, there was nini. Let me just correct that. Kulikuwa na hii video ambayo imekuja baadaye inaonyesha vile kiatu kilifly. Hii video inaonyesha nilikuwa nimeitengeneza mchana. Inaonyesha kwamba kiatu hakikutupwa. Watu walikuwa wanachukua speech ya Ruto na simu. Alafu huyu jamaa naye akawa amebeba kiatu ameinua. Sasa sijui kama alikuwa akili punguani ama nini. Yeye na yeye ameshika kiatu juu. So kiatu ilikuwa ina obstruct watu kuona wale wako nyuma yake. So mmoja wale mtu wako nyuma yake akasukuma hiyo kiatu itoke kwa mkono, ndio huyu awache ku obstruct. And then wakati alisukuma hii kiatu ikafly ikaenda huko. So haikutupwa. Let me just play the video ndio
and ukiplay the video Bernard, sijakusahau mimi niko na mchukuu anaenda Barcelona ya 7 years kucheza pole.
Wow, congratulations, hiyo ni kali. But
7 years kuna team ya Nakuru Parks wanaenda Barcelona December and they need a lot of money, so but niko na wewe.
No problem, thank you.
Nitakutumia to support hiyo vijana young boy. I don't know even alitoka hapi anacheza mpira na sisi ni ya kukimbia.
No, siku hizi tuko wengi tu na tumeingiana, so na baraka za Mungu zinasemekana, vipawa za Mungu zinapeanwa na Mungu ajuti. So God can bless in different ways.
Yeah.
The video is less than a minute. Let's just look at it closely. Uone vile kiatu kilitembea.
Maendeleo. Tumekubaliana jameni? Kwa sababu niko na viongozi wengi. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie. Sawa sawa. Sikizeni watu wa Kuria. Nyinyi ni wakulima wa maana sana sehemu hii. Tulisema kwanza tupunguze gharama Ngojea.
Nani mjinga huyu?
Tulisema tupunguze gharama ya mbolea. Kweli au si kweli? Tulisema tupunguze gharama ya mbolea. Hiyo ngojea. Wachana nao wananchi.
Bena hata kutuba ilipikwa hivi.
Mtu alifanya hivi kiatu itoke ili wachukue picha. So na kiatu nayo ikaenda mbele.
Na hiyo mtu wako kwa mbali na rais?
Hapana, walikuwa tu karibu. That's why kiatu haiku travel.
Yeah, walikuwa karibu.
So then of course ndio wataalamu wanasema Ruto angalii security yake vizuri, kwa sababu unaingia hivyo katikati ya watu then mtu anaweza kufanya chochote, but anakuwa excited na hizo crowds mpaka anasahau masuala ya security. But tunashukuru kwamba wanasema 3 people have been arrested. I don't know anything is possible, but tuliona sana ni kama watu wawili walikuwa wameshika kiatu, sasa sijui. And then huyu akafanya
kama ni kurusha pena, tungeona kiatu ikienda kama vile walirushia Uhuru. This one is different. Ni mtu alipiga kwa mkono ama alisukuma kwa mkono ya mtu. But again, unaona wananchi wenyewe walireact, walisikia mbaya. They feel like, why is he doing like that? Na vile umesema, maybe, so at least that one, ndio unaona hata yeye ameambia watu wachaneni na wananchi wachana na yeye. And again, ana panic kwa sababu kuna hiyo shida kubwa ya mauaji. Hangetaka kitu ingine pia. Unajua saa ile uko na moto, unajua this man anajua na anajaribu, ni kama yani umeenda kwa father in law, umenyimwa kurudisha pipi, na hata ukichapwa utatoroka, utanyamaza tu, bora wakupatie pipi uende naye.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's call it a night. Thank you so much. Tukutana tutakapokutana. Keep it on Sound Candy Talk. Tuendelee mbele.
Watu wa Mungu, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kipindi cha mahubiri kimerudi tena kwa kishindo kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tunakufundisha, kukuelimisha na kukutia moyo kwenye Daily Bite. Mafundisho kamili ya Biblia kila siku kwenye runinga uipendayo ya Sound Candy Talk. Sound Candy Talk Live News.
Tusikubali kutenganishwa na siasa, tujirushe kwa mashimo, miaka 5, miaka 10, tuishi tukiregret kama watu wa Mount Kenya.
I listened to one of us argue that this country is likely to be taken to peril, that we are likely to default and get payment. That is irresponsible statement.
Everybody I know, you should have foreseen that. You are an expert. By the time you are giving that commitment 100%, those are things that would have been on your fingertips.
Nasikia Sifuna anaongea na nguvu. Wakati unaongea mambo yangu Sifuna, ujue mimi ndio mwanzilishi wa ODM. So naenda polepole kidogo.
Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi ndio Sifuna.
I think William Ruto is actually unfit for the position of President of the Republic of Kenya.
We bring politics into the military. And for your information, hiyo Ruto must go, si kusema ati atolewe ofisi kinyume ya sheria. No. Watu is a clarion call in preparation for the general election. Ruto atatolewa kikatiba na uchaguzi wa 2027.
Watu walikuwa wamezoea kutugawanya, sisi hatugawanyiki, sisi tutakaa wote pamoja. Na tupatiane heshima. Tuna kama jamii, sisi ni neighbors, tujue vile tunaweza kuishi wote pamoja.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for another amazing episode, another amazing moment. The principal remains Kama Dawa. I'll be your host, Ladies, and be driving you for the next amazing few hours that we'll be together here and having a conversation most from our politics side on our side of whereby we'll be checking what's happening in our nation. So please, I want to welcome you. Feel free and feel part and parcel of this as we are talking up together, sound candid talk in general.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Welcome back. First, I'll take you by the briefings and the headlines of the day, whereby we'll be checking about the sort of the new election pop, and we'll check also the story of the missing and what Gen Z do that, and also want to be checking more details that we'll be checking out on the story of the MP Ogando for what happened, and also we say sorry, and we say may his soul rest in peace, and we say also the family, may God give you confidence as they are mourning right now. So we have a lot to have conversation on, and we have a lot to have converse to it. Team TikTok, I really appreciate you for those who are still joining on Team TikTok. Continue to the screen and share the live. Also, Team Facebook, I really appreciate you. Team YouTube, Sound Candy Talk Live. Today we are live on Sound Candy Talk Live Facebook. We are live on Sound Candy Talk YouTube, and also live on our TikTok page and and I thank you for those who are still joining up. The link to join up the show is on the comment section. Please, you can use the link to join up the show and be part and parcel of this as we are having the great conversation tonight. Let me begin with the great conversation tonight, whereby we will start with the story of the Pope, and then we'll be coming about to the matter of the day. The new Pope story. This is what's happening in the new Pope story, and no, things are not aligned up very well, but we will be getting more details and be continue being updated on what's not happening, of what's going on about the new Pope. So I want to welcome you all as we are joining up together our journey to work together as we are moving on swiftly to see what has been or what is going on. So these are the updates, and this is what has been going on throughout the day.
The process of electing the late Pope Francis's successor has formally begun, with the cardinals expected to take their first vote this evening. The cardinals entered into the Sistine Chapel for the conclave, a highly secretive and heavily steeped in tradition of electing new Pope. Brenda Wanga reports on the start of the centuries-long ritual that will see the cardinals sequestered until they elect the new Pope.
After nearly a week of meetings at the Vatican, the 133 princes of the church, or cardinals, as they are more known, have entered the Sistine Chapel for the monumental task of electing the man on whose shoulders the responsibility of shepherding the 2,000-year-old and 1.4 billion people strong church will rest. The cardinals, all aged under 80 and drawn from 70 countries across the globe, left the Casa Santa Maria, where they have been living since the passing of Pope Francis, for the conclave held in the magnificent Sistine Chapel for the election of the 267th Pontiff. Prior to the move to isolation, the cardinals in their red and purple vestments had attended Mass at the St. Peter's Basilica, where the Dean of Cardinals led them.
Petrus Cardinalum Kojo Texan.
The cardinals, sworn to secrecy, alongside all Vatican staff assisting them, from cooks and cleaners to drivers and medics, will not communicate with the outside world until they choose the new Pope. A look inside the Sistine Chapel revealed that preparations for that vote had been completed by Tuesday. Under the ceiling frescoes, the cardinals will vote as many as 4 times a day until they get the man who will lead the church into its next phase. With each vote, the collective gaze of those gathered in the St. Peter's Square and those monitoring globally will be focused on the chimney for the telltale black or white smoke, signaling the outcome of each vote. If a vote fails to produce a 2/3 majority, the ballots will be collected, and 2 stoves have been installed in the chapel, one for burning the votes and one for burning the special blends of chemical to produce either the black or white smoke. Although the race to succeed Pope Francis is seen as wide open, a few names have emerged as possible papabile. Amongst them, Robert Sarah of Guinea and Fridolin Ambongo of Congo. The influence of Pope Francis is, however, expected to play out in the election. Of the 133 cardinals eligible to vote, 103 are Pope Francis's appointees. Once the Pope is elected, he will move into the room of tears, or the crying room, where he will change into his papal cassock and one of the 3 robes in different sizes before appearing on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica as Pope for the first time. The voting process is expected to conclude between 15 to 20 days of the first day of voting. No Pope has ever been elected on the first day of voting. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
And what's on the update of the Popes, of what is going on between the story and what's being raised up by the story of the Pope. So I want to know, we will be getting more details. We'll be getting more information from the feed and from our collectors from the data on the feed. As we leave that, I want to come for the discussion of the day, and I would like to be able to join up with you as we are having the conversation tonight. So the number of people are watching still low. Invite somebody to watch with. and also continue sharing your opinions. Don't continue voting for the poll question. The poll question today is simple and it's on point. Do you feel safe in Kenya with the rising crisis of abduction? That's the poll question today. We are just saying simple as that. Do you feel safe in Kenya with the rising crisis of abduction? Just give me your options. The answer are there, and I will be able to also be checking out the number of votes. And also, as you vote, also remember to like the video as we are continuing on swiftly and we are moving on swiftly. I don't have much to say, but let us go to the direct conversation, whereby we have seen there's a lot of things that have been happening, whereby one of the things that have been happening is the story of all the death of the MP of Garland, and which was said that it was set up by his bodyguard and his driver, and also one which has brought up the standstill, whereby they have asked everyone who is doing such a like job, where you are a bodyguard or you are a driver, to submit your document to see that if you are qualified for you doing such a just work, and what is your assurance for your work as you driver or as what you do as a bodyguard. So that's also ones that we think that have been raising up throughout the day. Let us check out this report, and then you'll give me your conclusion and your contribution towards it.
Turejelee taarifa yetu ya hapo awali ambapo dereva marehemu mbunge wa Kasipul Charles Ong'ondo Were, mlinzi wake na watu wengine watatu ndio washukiwa punde zaidi kukamatwa kuhusiana na mauaji yake. Idadi waliokamatwa kuhusiana na mauaji ya mbunge huyo ikifikia 9, huku waziri wa usalama Kipchumba Murkomen akisema polisi wanachunguza magenge ya uhalifu yaliyohusishwa na mauaji ya mbunge Were. Hebu sasa Franklin Wala atupe maelezo kuhusu msako uliofanywa usiku kucha kuwatafuta washukiwa.
Uchunguzi wa kuwasaka waliohusika na mauaji ya mbunge wa Kasipul Charles Ong'ondo Were unazidi kupamba moto, washukiwa zaidi wakinaswa. Mlinzi wa marehemu kwa jina Alan Omondi Ogola na dereva Walter Owino na washukiwa wawili zaidi wakizuiliwa kwenye msako usiku kucha. Msako huo ulianza eneo la Mihango mtaani Kayole. Mshukiwa wa kwanza kukamatwa alikuwa Dennis Sewe Munyasi. Mshukiwa huyu akiwaelekeza polisi kwa mshukiwa Edwin Odwor Odhiambo maarufu kama Abdi Rashid eneo la Boston Mihango. Edwin naye alipokamatwa aliwaelekeza polisi kwenye chumba chake ambacho mshukiwa amekikodi kwa miezi 2 tu. Pekua za polisi zikaibuka na jipya. Hapa kulipatikana bastola 2 na risasi 9. Kulikuwa pia na viatu na mkoba unaoaminika kuwa mshukiwa William Imoli alikuwa nao siku ya tukio. Hii ni kwa mjibu wa picha za CCTV zinazochunguzwa. Washukiwa hao waliwataja baadhi ya washukiwa wanaozuiliwa na kusema waliahidiwa kulipwa baada ya uhalifu. Mlinzi wa mbunge Charles Were hapa akitajwa. Mlinzi huyo alikuwa ametajwa awali na mshukiwa William Imoli. Mshukiwa Imoli aliwaeleza polisi mlinzi huyo alimlipa shilingi 80,000 kuwafikisha watu fulani maeneo alikopigiwa risasi marehemu. Madai haya yanachunguzwa na ni miongoni mwa madai yaliyofanya polisi kumkamata mlinzi huyo pamoja na dereva. Polisi walifika nyumbani kwa mlinzi huyo Alan Omondi mtaani Udhiru kuendesha upekuzi zaidi, huku simu za dereva na mlinzi zikichukuliwa kwa uchunguzi. Baadhi ya washukiwa wanadai tayari walikuwa wamelipwa shilingi 850 kwa sarafu za dola. Baadhi ya pesa zilipatikana chumbani kwa William Imoli. Waziri wa usalama Kipchumba Murkomen akisema baadhi ya waliohusika walikuwa wandani wa marehemu.
This is a very heinous crime that was done in a very cavalier manner, involving people that ordinarily some should have taken good care of the interests of the member of parliament. And so
uchunguzi wa mauaji haya pia ukitaka kubaini aliyepanga na kutoa pesa zinazotajwa. Hii ndio sababu afisa mkuu serikalini anachunguzwa kuhusu mauaji haya, polisi wakitafuta msururu wa pesa kuanzia mwanzo. Kufikia jioni ya leo, mshukiwa mwingine mkuu aliyehusishwa na kesi hii kwa jina Abel Ocheng amekamatwa jijini Nakuru na kufikisha idadi ya washukiwa kuwa 9. Washukiwa waliokamatwa leo wanasubiri kufikishwa mahakamani. Vitu vyote vilivyopatikana katika operesheni hii vitafanyiwa uchunguzi zaidi, huku wapelelezi wakiwatafuta washukiwa zaidi. Franklin Wala, runinga ya Citizen, kutoka Mihango, Kayole.
Hiyo ni ripoti ambazo zimewajili na zinazidi kutokea from Kayole, and I would like to hear what do you do, or what do you believe in? Or what is your opinion about that? Thank you for those reports. And we have seen that we have lost at least 9, and then there are 9 people who are being expected that they were victim from the case. And also, apart from the 9 people, we can see also other people are contributing towards it. But what is more so sad is that the biggest number of people who are being mentioned inside the team, they are the people who are most trusted by the MP, supposed to guide the life of the MP. You have seen the bodyguards being mentioned more than 2 times with one of the people, and they are saying he give out 80,000 for the person who was asking them to deliver the people at that point. Then we have seen that one of the people that have been arrested from Kayole, that he's been found with a gun and also with a bag that was on the scene or was seen inside the scene that day. So those are one of the evidence that the police have decided to collect the data with using them. And we have seen it raising up. Also, we have seen it trying to bring up the analysis, whereby we have seen that the police, they're trying to bring up the people who are done this, or who people who did this on the set or on the screen. So I would like to hear from you. What do you think about the story? What do you feel is it, or what is it feel that is being hiding from? What do you feel that the police, they have achieved to get the truth, or do you think that the truth is being hidden from? Because we are trying to check out what was the issue that made the MP to be killed, or even those people who are trusted by the MP to come across back, not protecting their duty, but going against their duty, which is one of the things that's created a lot of issues and has created a lot of commotion over and over again and over again. Let us check out this as we're having the conversation towards that also.
To the top story of the hour, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, has ordered Homa Bay County politician Philip Nahashon Aroko to surrender immediately to the nearest police station in connection with the murder of Kasipul MP Charles Ongondowere. DCI officials have confirmed that Aroko is now considered a person of interest in the ongoing investigations. It comes as police arrested 5 more individuals, bringing the total number of those in custody to 9. Among those arrested are the lawmaker's bodyguard and driver, who are detained in Nairobi during a night-long operation. Franklin Wala reports on the operation that saw detectives recover several crucial exhibits, including 2 pistols.
It was a high-stakes sting operation, one that unfolded under the cover of darkness as detectives burned the midnight oil to crack the bizarre and brutal murder of Kasipul MP Honorable Charles Ongondowere. In a shocking twist, the MP's own bodyguard, Alan Omondi Ogola, and his driver, Walter Owino, are now in custody, the latest suspects to be netted in the expanding investigation. The operation began in Mihango, Kayole, where officers moved in swiftly on Dennis Sewe Munyasi, arresting him as he unsuspectingly went about his business on Tuesday night. Under intense questioning, Munyasi led investigators to another key suspect, Edwin Odor Odhiambo, known by the alias Abdi Rashid. Further grilling of Edwin revealed more than just names. He led detectives to his rented house nearby, where a painstaking search began. And there, hidden beneath a cabinet, officers uncovered 2 pistols and 9 rounds of ammunition. Ballistics experts now believe one of the recovered weapons could be the very firearm used in the deadly shootout that ended Honorable Were's life. Investigators also recovered a pair of shoes and a small bag, believed to have been used by the suspects to conceal and carry the firearm used in the deadly shooting. Items were reportedly seen in CCTV footage captured on the fateful day. It is Edwin and Dennis who reportedly revealed to police that the murder was part of a well-coordinated plan. One they say involved none other than Honorable Were's own bodyguard and driver. These explosive claims echo earlier allegations made by the first suspect, William Imoli, who was arrested on Sunday. Imoli told detectives he had been paid 8,000 shillings by the MP's bodyguard to drop off unidentified individuals at a petrol station near the crime scene just moments before the fatal shooting. He claims that that's why his vehicle appeared in surveillance footage from the area, a detail now central to the investigation. Detectives are now working to verify these accounts and match them with forensic findings. In light of these developments, the arrest of the MP's bodyguard and driver became inevitable as the probe enters a critical phase. Following the arrest, investigators proceeded to the bodyguard's residence in Udhiru, where a search was carried out in pursuit of additional evidence. As the net tightened, detectives also confiscated mobile phones belonging to both the bodyguard and the driver for forensic analysis, hoping to trace financial transactions that could link them directly to the suspected killers. One of the suspects, William Imoli, had earlier alleged he received a down payment of 850,000 shillings, a claim partially substantiated after police recovered part of the money from his home. Investigators are now expanding their probe with a financial analysis, targeting all potential suspects believed to be part of the criminal network responsible for the cold-blooded execution of Honorable Were. On Wednesday evening, detectives made another breakthrough, arresting a suspect identified as Abel Ocheng in Nakuru, bringing the total number of individuals in custody to 9. 5 of the suspects arrested on Wednesday are set to be presented in court on Thursday, while police continue to cast their net wider, with Homa Bay County now in their sights for further possible arrests. Crucial exhibits recovered in the aftermath of this operation will be subjected to forensic analysis, even as detectives pursue more suspects. Franklin Wala, Citizen TV, from Kayole.
This is what is cooking on, this what's going on and on and on. I would like to hear from you. I'd like to hear your opinions too on the comment section, and maybe hi to our comment section people. I see on the comment section we have Esther Star saying good evening, everyone, good evening, Canada, and all of you. Thank you, Esther, for joining up. Team TikTok, thank you. Let me say hi to Team TikTok guy. Okay, Team TikTok, there are many. TikTok, there are many, but let me try it a little bit. Let me try it a little bit, and go will be fine. I see Abdul Abraham saying saying thank you. I see Faye Kate Bet, thank you. I see Elizabeth Musani, thank you. Hey, I see nani mwingine tena. Invent Europe, thank you. Hey, names zako kwa hizi TikTok members mko na majina. Hey, Shiro, thank you. Shiro, thank you. Shiro, thank you. I see Just, thank you. I see Shiro again. I see Macabral, thank you. I see Riai, thank you. Also I see Sha, thank you, Sha. I see Kamau. Kamau, thank you for joining. I see D, thank you for joining. I see hey, Sandy Nash, hey, thank you. I see Eminix, thank you. I also see Shengel, thank you. I also see Devi, thank you. I see Awando Victor, thank you. I see Slides, nani mwingine tena amejiunga. I see Zolo, also kuna nani anajiita foolish, anajiita foolish. I see fast, thank you. I see Moruyu, thank you. I see Shohaila, anajiita Islam, thank you. Nani mwingine anajiona kuna Gatura, thank you. Joseph, thank you for Mama Abiga, I say Culture 52, thank you for I see also Kaliche, followed by Mama Joy, thank you Mama Joy. I see also another nani Ibrahim Haji, thank you. Mrs. Wanjira, thank you. I see Don Candy Kenamdu, also once again I see, I think let me finalize with these ones. The last one is Stanley, thank you Stanley for joining up. Stanley Nayo, thank you for the team who are still joining up. I'll be checking up your comment section. I'll be reading them out and I'll be continuing sharing them out also as we have in the great conversation tonight as we are still moving on. I say Mary Wainaina, those are team YouTube, anasema kwamba hi, thank you Mary Wainaina, thank you for those who are still joining up. Please just tell me where you're watching us from. Also I'll be shouting out and giving out shout out to you and I'll also be inviting other people on board to have the conversation. I want to welcome you. Let us do the analysis a little bit before we bring in. I see Lalaisi in the building, and also seeing other people are still joining up. So please ask you to join up the show so that we can continue. I see Mama anasema salamia moi anasema kwamba hey, salamu nai gia watu wangu. Okay. Please let us join up and we'll just have the conversation together. So let me break it a little bit down as we are still moving. And I see Lala is in the building. Lala, thank you. Lala, how are you?
I'm well, Shadizo. How are you?
I'm fine too.
Yeah, good to see you.
Happy
how are things? Anything going on that we need to know apart from what you shared with us?
There are lots going on, and that's why I wanted to break down, and then you will come in a little bit.
Okay, let me kind of wait and hear what you've got to say. But I just saw a clip of that investigation, and I just want to say that so far we see some key players supposedly. We are not sure, because a lot of times we start from what is closest when it comes to investigation. So of course they had to check on. They must investigate the driver, the bodyguard, and others. It starts there because those are the closest. Then you go methodically to look at other areas, other people, other conduits, to the crime. So so far, let's wait. Let's not make judgments, and let's wait for this investigation. It's known that murders like this can be pinned on somebody who never did it, just because of some things that have happened, whether the man's own past, so they're trying to connect it there, or the bodyguard or anybody else around. But let's wait and see. And hopefully they will do a good job, a thorough job to help us understand what really happened. So I'll stay waiting. Let's hear from what you have there, and I'll be willing to step back and share, discuss some of the today's news on that trending today. Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Lala, and you are welcome. You are so much welcome. Please, I invite other people also joining up as we are continuing smoothly and having the conversation today. I have some a little bit analysis of the investigation that has been highlighted out with the one on board out of the DCI. We have seen the first part of the story whereby we have seen just the mention about the highlights and what has been going on, what happened. But now we have seen the story from the DCI is coming up with the raising up other plans or other mentions. Whereby we have seen one of the people has been mentioned from the story or from the part of it is Philip Nasher. Philip, we have seen in being mentioned over it, and we have seen today Philip came up on board and he defended himself, saying that he wanted me to come up and address it. Now I'm here to address it. Now tell me, why are you looking for me, and why do you want me to come and speak about this? So he has speak out after being followed, but he didn't speak it out earlier. So this is also one of the questions that people are asking. I think many people are asking themselves, why did he came earlier? Why didn't he came earlier? He just come right now so that he became giving his response towards also that. Those are also one of the questions that people have been asking themselves about this story, whereby they wanted him to come out, and now he's saying that, and now I'm out. Now why? What are you people saying about this? This is also what I say today. And apart from Philip, we have seen other people like Alan Omodi has been arrested. Also, we've seen Dennis being mentioned on the story. We've seen Edwin being mentioned on the story. We've seen Imoli mention the story, but the Molly defending himself that saying he was just a taxi driver who was paid the money to drop some people at where the scene of the action was, and that's how a car was seen in the CCTV at the place where the incident happened. So we also have seen that, and we have seen it as he complains towards it also. Apart from that one, I've seen other people speaking all it about, and I'm seeking more investigation story going on. You have seen one of the people has been arrested, and we have found he was given a cash of 850,000, whereby they have been managed to get some of the money from his apartment, which is something that is so evidential, whether the person was keeping the money. So this is so serious, and we still need to hear from what are Kenyans also saying. Do you think that this is what it is, or do you think this is something that's being hidden out? Because the tree is being seen, continue being following. They wanted to notice, or they want to see who is the man behind it all, and they want to know who has been facilitating the money and giving out the money for the MP to be killed. So this is one of the stories that the factor tree that is still growing up and still moving on from one point to the person to the next person to the next person, which is so serious and which is so shaming. I want to hear from opinion from you too. As I'll be checking out the response, or I'll be looking up on the response from the video of earlier, whereby Philip responded to what the information, but once I want to hear from you all as teams on Candy Talk. So please give your comment section on the field part, and also I'll be reading them and also going through them. And also, if you can join up the show on studio and come up just one-on-one and have the conversation, just join up the show and come up. Let us have the conversation together as we are moving on swiftly. The link to join up the studios on the comment section. Click it, allows you to configure audio and configure your video. Then you'll be here having the conversation with us as we move on swiftly and smoothly. In the meantime, I'm having Lala. I want to hear from Lala. Lala, what is your opinion also about the investigation? Now, just hold it a little bit, but I can want to hear more from you.
I'm a little bit far removed from it, but these are early days of investigation, and I think it's better for us to remember that all these people are innocent until they're proven guilty. There's always this idea that when somebody's mentioned, then there must be something, as they've done something. And here's a case where I think we need to wait, step back, because we know our investigators, they don't do a thorough job, especially if they know exactly what has happened and they don't want to say anything, because a lot of murders are unresolved. This one, I think they're moving a little faster for all kinds of reasons. I think most of us know some of the reasons. So the question is it done correctly? Is it there's some innocent person getting, roped in when actually they may be innocent? So let us give them time to methodically show us, demonstrate to us exactly what happened. And I think there should be someone explaining to us from DCI, how they got here, because of this. This is a public, figure. So it's okay to give, general information, not specific one that may jeopardize the investigation, but at least they can let us know. We probably have done that, because I'm not privileged to know what's going on. But they can let us know these are just suspects. We are still investigating, or there's some leads that we are working on, at least to help us, rather than allowing speculations. Because a lot of times people just speculate if they don't have proper information. So I think the DCI can help us. At the same time, they don't want to jeopardize the investigation, so they can't say much. But still, we can know, because this is a major issue, and how we handle this will actually be a testament to how people perceive the nation, because this is a worldwide interest. A lot of people are interested to know because they have heard of security issues. They want to see how does Kenya handle a situation like this one. And so let them, do their job, but let me do it well. And so there should be no monkey business, so that we can know exactly what went on. So that's my comment for the time being. Let's be cautious, but at the same time, they should be able to let us know what's going on step by step, and then we can make up our mind on what to say. Okay. That's what I like to say about it. Back to you, Shadiza. The only what I saw was just that little bit that I came in the middle, and there's a video that you put in there, so I don't know the detail.
Just the details. Let us check out this. There's still more information that we are getting from all of the sites. And I want to check out this clearly, then we'll have the conversation also, all of us.
Well, yeah. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Just a minute.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Ready shortly here on the broadcast. On the same, security agents are closing in on powerful network of influential and well-connected individuals believed to have orchestrated and bankrolled the assassination of Kasipul MP Charles Ongondo Were. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen now says detectives are deploying sophisticated surveillance and forensic tools to trace the gang's communication and financial footprints, a network that chillingly includes some of the MP's own trusted aides. Seth Olale reports on the ongoing dual operation sweeping across the counties of Nairobi and Homa Bay.
A high-stakes manhunt is underway for key collaborators, including the suspected mastermind behind the brazen assassination of Kasipul MP Charles Ongondo Were. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has confirmed that those under investigation include individuals who were once close aides to the slain legislator.
And it will shock you to note that this is a very heinous crime that was done in a very cavalier manner, doing people that ordinarily some should have taken good care of the interests of the Member of Parliament.
Detectives from the DCI's Elite Special Operations Unit have now marked Nairobi and the Nyanza region, specifically Homa Bay, as critical zones in the widening operation as the net tightens around the suspects.
Anyone who is trying to harm another Kenyan, not just the Member of Parliament, for any citizen, we have the tools and the abilities to be able to arrest them.
Increasing the suspect communication trails and unraveling the financial web that links the network of those implicated. Murkomen says the assassination was orchestrated by an organized criminal network with access to significant financial resources, but with advanced level of intelligence, technology, and public collaboration being heavily relied upon. Perpetrators of crime will be brought to book.
Some which have been arrested and others, their collaborators who will be arrested anytime soon, will be brought to book. They will be, they will be an example.
CS Murkomen spoke during the commencement of the Upper Eastern Jukwaa Usalama Security Assessment Forum that is being held in Meru, Tharaka Nithi, and Embu counties. With the fatal shooting of the Kasipul legislator, the late Charles Ongondo Were, causing both political and security storm, the Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says security agents are rushing against time to ensure all perpetrators are brought to book. Said Olale, Citizen TV.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
So, Lala, that's what also is going on behind the scenes and behind the bars and behind everything. So, I would like to hear from you and also hear from everyone else still joining. Things for those who are still tapping the screen for Team TikTok. I'll be also be sharing your comments and I'll also be welcoming you very soon on board. But what I want to hear from Team comment section, let me check out Team comment section. Team Facebook, we are still low. I would like to hear from you and also be liking to hear from everyone that's watching. Please, we are watching now a good number. I would like to hear your opinions too on the comment section as we are moving on shifting. Lala, you have seen that video. What can you speak about that?
Yes, I saw the clip. What I'd like to say is that I had Morcomen talking about the sophisticated tools they have to arrest or to investigate or to bring these people, the criminal, to book. What I don't understand is why these sophisticated tools.
I've lost you, Lala. I've lost your audio, please.
To deal Mandamano, to bring the policemen, those who hurt the others, to book. Did they have them? That's one question. Number two, this man, before he died, made several reports that his life was in danger. The question is, if they knew they had all these gadgets, why couldn't they use them to, first of all, to verify what was happening when this man, complained? Because if he complained, it means there's a network that was moving. There's a chatter. There are times when there's some alert is given, the US will give it. Those there are chatters that are going around. There is a discussion of something happening, and usually you see bombing and all that because you intercept the communication that goes in the planning stage of all some of these things. The question is, it seems as if these so-called systems are used when there is a particular interest of survival of some candidate or they have some stake in it, but not for all Kenyans. Because here is a Kenyan who's a leader, an MP, saying, my life is in danger. Okay? And the question is, the comment should ask to tell us, what did they do? Did he really go and complain several times? Clearly, there are clips showing this man did report and complain several times. Nothing was done. So the question really to Murkomen, no, his name is Murkomen, is why is this sophistication is selective to only work for certain cases, and even right now, it's not even as important as using them before the incident so that other people could be saved. So those are the questions that I think I have for Morcomen, and the fact that they claim to have all these gadgets. These gadgets should have made us much, much safer, especially when you talk about forensics, working on the finances, crimes, and financial dealings, and networking. Usually, intelligence work is now around that system. And with that, you can know a lot of things that are going on. We can intercept all kinds of crime in this country, in our country. We can actually arrest so many people, and corruption cases can be resolved, very, very quickly because it's a network there. But they chose not to touch them. So it's as if we condone criminality. We are pretending to work, when we have the tools, but we don't use those tools to help our people. Hapo ndio shida kabisa kuko nao, kwa sababu hizi kusema mitambo hatumiki kulinda wananchi. Na huyu jamaa alikuwa mjumbe, lakini akaenda kufanya complaint, and from what I know, from what I've been told, from what I'm listening to, nothing was ever done. Back to you, Chadizo.
I think I'll hear from you, Lala.
Unanisikia? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I think you're quite faint, so I don't know.
I can hear you, Lala. Don't worry about that. I can hear you very well, and you are clear. Lala, you have spoke much. Also, there's one thing that's going on. I want you to check this clearly. Today, I'm having a lot of updates that I'll be briefing you people, because you are my people and I love you so much. I want to get full information over this story as we are moving on swiftly. And let us be careful and let us be keen. Let us watch this. Let us check this out as we are moving on. This is one of the things that has happened. And there's some people has been mentioned out. And let us check out this.
Unatazama Sound Candy Talk Live.
To the scenes of where people have been hacked, people have been maimed, and there's nothing that has taken place. Now, the situation that we are in is very unfortunate. I don't want to talk about it because it's under investigation, and I want to leave it for the police to do their job. They summoned me to come. I am here. If anybody has anything that wants to ask me, I'll be ready to answer it. Okay? But I want to tell the people of Homa Bay County that the politics in that county has been turned into madness. It is not politics. It is thuggery. And I saw the governor pushing so much for me to be called here. She's even making calls to the police for me to be called here to make a statement. She has achieved it now. But if she has something that she's sure about, then she has to prove a push for me to come here. I want to tell her that we're changing the politics from thuggery to civilized politics in that constituency. Because those who fight people, those who kill people, those who maim people are employees of the county government of Homa Bay. They are on her payroll. She's never talked about anything. But she's achieved this one, that she has pushed for me to be here. I know the main reason is because of the burial.
All right, we're going to get more of that news.
Lala, you have heard that? Umeona hiyo? Or this is the new one? Hey, that is the new one. The story is still going on. Yes, the story is still growing up. The story is still piling up. Well, I will now take you in details. When the details come, I'll be dropping them every minute, every time. This is also what has been going on. That he has been also arrested, being accused to be part and parcel of that. He has been accused and been accused of being part and parcel of that system. And then they're saying that the politics in Homa Bay has been with another take, another leak, another something that is new. It's not adding up so clearly after being arrested. Why did he come earlier when he was mentioned to come and address it? And he waited until the last minute after being asked to come and address, so that after being arrested, so that he has come out to speak it out. I want to hear opinions too. Let us check it out and hear from the Kenyans themselves. Yes, Lala.
Shadizo, I didn't get your last point. What did you say? Who came out to speak? Who was arrested? I thought who else has been arrested? A question to you. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, Lala. I can hear you.
Okay, we
have this man.
Yes.
So
what happened?
He was called today. He was called on DCI today. The governor insisted that he came to speak, or it's come to speak about the issue of the dead MP, but he dragged a little bit, and now he came out today later. Then he spoke about it. So it seems like also he's being incriminated to be part and parcel of the line, which he's saying that is like the politics of Homa Bay is taking another turn, which is not right. So we have seen it also. It's one of the things that is coming up. News they have not yet ascertained is part and parcel of it, but also this seems that they want also to say that man is part and parcel of what's not happening or what's going on. But we are not sure.
The man, hold on, the man came on his own to speak about it.
He has come today after being summoned.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, there are all kinds of reasons why people come late. Some can be fear, can be because they're part of it. There's all kinds of reasons. So right now, let's just figure out what is really going on. If it's coming, going, that's good. So we want to find out why he was afraid or what is it that is hiding. So my thinking is that we shouldn't judge him quickly, not knowing what information he has. Because you see, I love our people. I love when we come out and speak. But sometimes we do more harm than good, especially when we come up with theories that don't make sense or half-baked information. We actually make things worse. And I think that's one of the areas where we got to learn. If you're going to fight this fight to bring our country back, we can't just join the other side we are trying to criticize. Because when you give false information, when you accuse people, you don't have whole facts, there's no difference between us and them. So I think we have to be very, very careful. Yes, we gotta speak, we gotta call them out, but let's just be careful. Let's make sure we have enough facts. The man coming, let's find out what he has. He maybe has very valuable information that is necessary, that's needed. And this is why I think this is a time to discover what's really going on. So let's all be patient. Yeah. Is the man in Nairobi or in Homa Bay?
The man is in Homa Bay.
Homa Bay. Okay. Okay. It's bad because we do know that Homa Bay has had, all kinds of issues, certain constituencies, and I think these are things that need to be investigated. Do they have external connection, to undermine certain leadership or to do certain things? Where the finances coming from to give and distribute? Okay, who is involved here, involved there? You see, if you have a good system, it saves everyone. Okay, it can vindicate somebody who's falsely accused, and also it can point to the criminal himself, criminal. Because I've known people. I'll give you an example. We had a wonderful gentleman, from Vihiga area. Okay, he was here in the U.S. He finished his MBA. He stayed here. And actually, when he was coming to Kenya, he came to my house. And we escorted him because of he had to leave very quickly. When he got to Kenya, he got a job in one of those good places. And he told me that, Abel, when I went to that office, there were no files. Okay? Things, when people were just being paid, he didn't know how things were being done. So he wasn't it as a personal officer. So it took time to organize the office. So he said, Abel, I would go in the morning to do the work and try to organize, create a system in this particular company, this is Parastatal, whatever. But then what he was surprised is people came to him and started, accusing him of things like he's trying to undermine them. Why is he going to work early? Is he up to something? Is he trying to make them look bad because he's doing all this? So the fact that he was doing a good job gave him actually a very bad name. And all he did was to help his country. Of course, he had to leave that place. And of course, somebody was noticing him doing a good job. They gave him a big place. I think it was at one point he was in charge of Utalii College. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that the fact that somebody's been accused does not mean they're criminal. They may be the one trying to help, but we come from a culture where everybody is a suspect. All politicians are thieves. All managers, all Kikuyus are this, all Luyas are this. So we cannot generalize things to the point where we are hurting ourselves. Let us go by the merit of the case. Let's wait, let's listen, let's ask questions, brave enough to ask questions. Let's not just talk and we are not asking any question. Because look at what we are doing now. We know there are wrong things, but you see, we just pretend that they'll go away. Things will just get better. If we just go to 2027, things will get better. They won't get better. 2027 is not, and that's what we've been saying. Every electioneering period, tunasema mambo itakuwa mazuri. But actually, they had no structure to get us there. My argument has been, if we let this government stay till 2027, that is too late. That has been my argument for a long, long time. And I'm still holding on to that. Okay? Unless the system, those who went to the system, are working towards those fundamental truths about democracy, about good governance that can help us to get there. Or else no election will do it. Yes, someone may come and do it, but they're going to be a dictator. Okay? They'll come in, abolish everything for some time, then create an institution again to work. But right now, the constitutions have been collapsed. I looked at, I think at Homa Bay, they're building a state lodge for I think 250 million. I don't know if that's true or not, but they're building something, a state lodge. And I'm asking myself, Kisumu State Lodge is an hour away. Why spend money putting up another building with money, with the staff? The president will not even stay there a night. Why are we spending such money when actually there are farmers on Lake Victoria that can be able to use that money? There are just groups of young people, youth, that just want something to do. And then you're putting a building up for the president in Homa Bay when there's another one in Kisumu. I mean, I don't understand it unless something is wrong with me. But to me, I don't. Kenya Merogwa. Google and find out. I saw that it is 250 million. Okay, these are the things that are really bad. Okay, so the system has to change. And let me say this. Let's say Mbadi. I think in my own little brain, one of the best brain we have had. He explains things better, understand what's going on economically better. He is a man for the job. But when you are in a system that is rotten, it doesn't matter what you do. And I'm sorry that the system is rotten even on the other side. You look at the other group on the other side, the same group. We are accusing this man, and like that time tulikuwa nasema makanga na dereva wote wafanya nini? You know, kufa dereva kufa makanga. Now Makanga is now the leader. Makanga is the one leading, and some of us moving that side. So what is wrong with us? Those are my problems. So when this type of investigation is going on, it comes sarakasi too. Okay. Yes, we are hearing names. They are, they're telling us who they are, but we want to know, where are those funds coming from? What is the underworld like? Who is who in that world? That has never been given, period. They call names here, tell us to do this and that, and things just quieten down. Let them give me an example where investigation go beyond small people around. That's where it's going to end. So I'm not very optimistic of what's going on. But so far, if they are on the lead and wananchi are putting pressure, maybe we'll end up somewhere to find what's really going on. Yes, Homa Bay has some issues, which we are concerned, we are condemning it. That is my home, okay, so I know exactly my home very much, okay, very well. But it is what certain areas are worse than others. And we must get to the bottom of some of this problem. Thank you. Back to you, Chadizo.
Thank you, Alan, for that submission. This is great. Please, in the comment section, let us do this. Let us continue sharing your views, sharing opinions too, because they matter too so much as you're moving on swiftly. Okay, I want to try to, I will do, to bring a little bit controversy to the conversation there. I will change for the conversation a little bit to check also the other pending issues a little bit so that we can move on together. And one of the issues that I would like to check is about the story of the abduction, which has been having the suggestion of 450% in Kenya. This story is being, the number is being raising up so much, and it is so seriously and it's so alarming. I want to check out this, and then we'll have the conversation together. Team Sound Candy Talk as we move on. On to the arena. All of that. this is what is happening. I would like to hear from your opinion too. I would like to hear from you. I'd like to hear from your conversation and from your side, please. Also, continue to give me your briefings. We must saying as we are moving on swiftly. This is what has been going on. This is what's been happening so much. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from your opinions too, because your opinion matters too. Please give me your opinion as you're moving on swiftly as you continue building up the nation. Okay, I would like we listen to this. The Gen Z's on the board having the conversation as we are moving on swiftly, and then we will come up with a design that we will see what is adding up for it, because this is what the Gen Z's have decided to speak it out clearly.
Talk about Gen, but
And welcome back to Jeff Live here at Citizen Television. We're going to go straight to DCI headquarters, where a person of interest has been told to show up related to the death of Kasipul Member of Parliament Charles Ongondo Were. Let's listen in.
Security organs to the scenes of where people have been hacked, people have been maimed, and there's nothing that has taken place. Now, the situation that we are in is very unfortunate. I don't want to talk about it because it's under investigation, and I want to leave it for the police to do their job. They summoned me to come. I am here. If anybody has anything that wants to ask me, I'll be ready to answer it. Okay? But I want to tell the people of Homa Bay County, the politics in that county has been turned into madness. It is not politics. It is thuggery. And I saw the governor pushing so much for me to be called here. She's even making calls to the police for me to be called here to make a statement. She has achieved it now. But if she has something that she's sure about, then she has to prove a push for me to come here. I want to tell her that we're changing the politics from thuggery to civilized politics in that constituency. Because those who fight people, those who kill people, those who maim people are employees of the county government of Homa Bay. They are on her payroll. She's never talked about anything. But she's achieved this one, that she has pushed for me to be here. I know the main reason is because of the burial.
All right, we're going to get more of that news to you as soon as we get it. But the person of interest there appearing at DCI headquarters on Kiambu Road. All right, let's go on to our topic of discussion on the bench. It's a loaded bench, and we want to talk about issues that are affecting us right now. Mark Oko, Kasimum Kuri, Reverend Caroline Kiarie, Muhammad Abdullahi, and Wanjiro in the house talking about the issue. Reverend, let me go to you first, right? Member of Parliament gets assassinated in traffic in the nation's capital. And Kenyans on Twitter are celebrating. What's wrong with us?
Or because, it has become evident that a large portion of Kenyan population, and now we no longer talk about Z, but Kenyans in general, are experiencing a profound emotional fatigue. And it's not so much as intolerance, but rather exhaustion and collective weariness that has set in, that is born from years of maybe neglect and responsiveness from those entrusted with leadership. Again, at the end of the day, we keep on asking ourselves, are they really actually, is it celebration, or are they responding to something? Yes.
First of all, thank you for having me. This is a death that affects my political party, and I had met the legislator. But in the question that you asked, we have to be brutally honest with ourselves. Because in a country where 9 out of every 10 unemployed people are youth, in a country where a cabinet secretary sells people to extractive agencies, the youth must definitely be angry. In a country where we have corruption in the billions in the national youth services, in a country where a government borrows money in the name of the youth from the IMF, the World Bank, the youth must definitely be angry. In a country where children are studying under trees, while president and his cronies are running around gallivanting in choppers, and members of parliament are spiting whatever the youth are doing, the youth will definitely be angry. In a country where the government orchestrates the deaths of young people, and when a media house reports the story, the response of the government is to capture 4 young men on the World Media Freedom Day. And when it gets to the floor of the legislative house, the response from the legislators is, people die all the time. We just sympathize and move on. Most definitely the youth are gonna be angry. In a country where a person who defiles a 4-year-old child is offered presidential pardon, released into the, while young people whose only offense is stealing chicken for survival still are held in remands, the youth will definitely be angry. In a country where abductions have risen by 450% in the past year, perpetrators of police brutality cannot be brought to book. They still walk around in guns, and the members of parliament cannot do anything about it. But when it's one of their own, it suddenly is a matter of national interest. The youth will definitely be angry. Jeff, in a country where femicide, an ever-rising crime in this country, is treated by throwing 100 million shillings and the formation of a sham task force, it will definitely be angry. So this question that you're asking is just but an exposition of what ails this country. And that's why tonight, coming from the Orange Democratic Movement Youth League, I have come to sound a Daniel-esque warning, as it was written on the wall, the fraud will go wrong. Many tekil upar sin. To every defender of this, of a rogue regime, your days are numbered. God has weighed your kingdom, and it shall be divided to the Medes and the Persians, who are represented by youth, trust, and public integrity.
Are you angry?
I am very angry. I am angry because the political class has created the marginality between themselves and the people of Kenya, that somehow their lives are more worthy than the ordinary citizen's life. That we can die on the streets and it's right because we are ordinary citizens, but for them, it is a big. This has also been said by the economic advisor of the president. So this is why Kenyans are angry, because we are looking at what's happening in the political side, and it's corruption, it's disregard for the people of Kenya, disdain for the right to life. And then we are looking at it, and that is going to center the interests of the people of Kenya, because currently that is not happening. People are being arrested for mere filmmaking. People are safe earning for us who have experienced 24 years under the dictatorship. We cannot allow ourselves to go back into those dark days. This is why we are pushing so hard to birth an alternative political leadership for this country.
Mohammed Abdullahi, this anger, this intolerance is not going to end well.
Jeff, probably so. And there's no reason or there's no rush to ensure that it ends well unless justice or unless it delivers what the people of Kenya yearn for. For the member of parliament, I might be among the few, but I hadn't heard of him before. But the moment his name came up, you would remember that a lot of his constituents started talking, sorry. A lot of his constituents started about how his campaigns, both in his first term and in his second term, had had a lot of death waves, and a lot of people had died in his campaign period of those things. So a lot of his death from a majority of Kenyans stemmed from the story or the backstory that was given by the people in his constituency. That injustice, probably people are trying to say that this death might be justice to all of the injustice that had happened out of his campaign and out of his term in office. So I think unless there's the justice, or unless we get that justice that people yearn for all the wrongs that have been committed against young people, all the killings, all the abductions, as my colleagues talk about, people will celebrate whatever they see to be justice to all the wrongs that have been committed against them.
Mark Oko, this celebration of death, or people's deaths, or people's loved ones' deaths, that's not what we used to be as Kenyans. What went wrong?
Thank you so much, Jeff, for having me here today. I think I'll answer this thing in three contexts. One, there is the literal context of what happened, and particularly tied to the Weris issue. Two, there's the social context. And three, why is this happening, especially the celebration? Now, one, the literal context as to what is indicating to politicians is this. If you tie this to what is happening contemporarily, say the physical aggression from people throwing the shoe to a president, from a hang of goons who Selassie, and even if you tie it historically to and even beyond this country, the thing that happened to Trump, to Lincoln, Kennedy in 1963, what fundamentally then comes to politicians is this. No matter how much protected you are, whether you're the president of the USA, whether you're the president of Kenya, whether you're a member of parliament or governor, if there is anybody out there who has an aggressive intention to kick you out, they will ultimately do it, whether it is aggressively or subtly. Look at somebody just throwing a shoe to the president and it gets him directly with all those security people around him. Two, the social context of why this is happening. You need to assess. Now, one, what is happening is we have a mob psychology. And when you're assessing a mob psychology, I'd said some other day here is that there are two things. One, things are not assessed in form of singularity. What do I mean? When people castigate, say, a Lachi, when they look at Ongondo Were, do not typically look, if people are assessing Jeff Koinange today, they do not assess Jeff Koinange singularly on what you do here, if there are people to discuss on social media, but they ask, did this Jeff Koinange support the 5 bill? And brings me to the second characteristics of mob psychology. Does it offer euphoria? This is something that we cannot detach, especially in the social space. People are looking for that which offers euphoria. People, when they are talking about the death of Mondoweri, when they talk about Elachi and all these other politicians, they do not talk about them in the context of what they do primarily do, but first they look for that which will really offer us euphoria. Thirdly, why is this happening? In my own assessment, I think there has been inadequate national reconciliation process between the political class and the young people since the inception of what happened during the Gen Z process. I don't think there has been some great intentionality from the political class to form a national reconciliation process, especially in regards to what happened to the Gen Z. And why? Because if they're looking into their political prospects, if you start such a discussion, it may not come into their benefit.
Okay, I know you want to respond, Roger, real quick, but before I do that, are you Catholic? Anybody a Catholic? No. Yes. All right. We just got breaking news from the Vatican. You know, today was the first day of voting by the cardinals in the conclave to see if they could come to a consensus and vote for the next pope. Well, literally, there's some black smoke billowing from the chimney, which means no pope yet.
No pope yet.
But we'll keep you posted. It's going to be a few days still, but for now, black smoke, black smoke. All right. Let's continue the conversation.
Yeah,
Oh, is that it? Is that there's black smoke? It means there's no verdict. There's no
two-thirds majority.
Majority stuff out of 133.
Woo. Crazy.
All right. Well, should we return to our conversation? What do you say? There's a lot of black smoke on the screen. Wednesday, you want to respond?
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that because I do not think it is euphoria. I think people are genuinely angry. For example, from the social justice movement, we've been documenting cases of people who are being killed by police for the last decade. And then we watch Blood Parliament, and it is the forces that are shooting young people of this country. Anybody would be angry at that. And then we do not have the security organs of the country, the Internal Affairs Unit, IPOA, ODPP, they are not giving us confidence that they're going to resolve this matter. Today we were launching the Missing Voices report. 104 cases of people who have been killed since June last year. 104 cases. And over the years, you'll see that we've been having a lot more killings. So we are not having a euphoria. We are actually angry. And this is informed by our lived reality, by the poverty, by the corruption, by what is happening in the political space, that we the people are looking at this and feeling like, where is this country heading?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reverend Carol, you heard that. Where is this country heading? Do we need divine intervention?
We definitely need God at every point of our lives, whether we're the mountains and things are so good for us, and in the valley, we still need God. However, what we are witnessing are not just protests. We are emotionally coping now where we have gotten, and the Kenyan public is no longer shocked by tragedy, scandal, or impunity. Instead, there is a normalization of loss, a numbness towards both grief and governance. It not only like slides to just grief, but also governance, but also it also comes from, I think for me, it's a form of mirroring. Whatever they say is what now what the Kenyan people are saying. And we see that there's a double standard when I think it's the baby report came out first, and there was a member of parliament who said people die every day, we sympathize and we move on. And when one of them is killed, which we actually do condemn killing, and then the Kenyan people mirror back what this citizen, we sympathize, yes, but we move on, then it becomes a very huge problem for them. And also they're showcasing double standard, and the question is even the question right? Is this question for both the Kenyan people and the government? Are we just used to grief and governance? Because if the response of a whole member of parliament in a house is we sympathize and move on, then there are so many questionable things. We've also had the remarks that appeared to dismiss public concern, including statements implying that dissatisfied citizens should consider leaving the country. I think we also had that at some point. And in such a climate then, when the same public does not express empathy at certain losses of our leaders, it should not be hastily judged as intolerance or we are being indisciplined because we have had that too. Rather, it should be understood as the consequence of alienation and a broken heart. Our people, the Kenyan people, are hurting and they're bleeding and they are coping the best way they can. I don't think it's right when you slap someone and then they scream. It is not proper for you to tell them, I don't like the way you scream. Allow them to scream the way they want to scream. I don't understand how you slap us and then you tell us, I don't like the tone of your screaming. Kindly tone it down. And so it is very important for us to let us just be divine intervention, yes, but also even our value systems, becoming a good human being and a proper Kenyan citizen should become a paramount thing for each and every one of us. Where is patriotism? Not just for the Kenyan people, but where is the patriotism of our leaders? For me, I think leadership is giving up self for the service of others. But I think our leaders see that leadership is a moment for me to get richer, is a moment for me now to shine and do whatever I wanted to do because now I am above the law. However, we still need a lot of redefining of what leadership is, what our ethos is as a country. Our systems, our value systems also need to be evaluated because there's some things that we are doing that do not actually reflect our stand as Kenyans, our stand as human beings. And so I think that is where the Kenyan people are coming from. And it's no longer a youth agenda. It is now a Kenyan agenda. And so we should look at it from that point. Where are we coming from first? For us to change the future, it is important for us to let not just the reaction that these people are reacting this way, but what were the actions that influence this? Yes, it might be wrong on how they have reacted, but what really? Let us be very objective on how we are looking at matters as a country so that we don't diagnose ourselves or rather treat symptoms instead of treating the actual disease.
Casper, I saw you shaking your head and nodding your head at the same time. What are your thoughts?
I agree with everything that the Right Reverend has said, because we are at a time where we need to reflect as a country. and we're suffering a point where demagogues are just consistently pushing down really problematic narratives to try and sow perceived seeds of division amongst the populace. And the sooner we realize this, the better. We've gotten to the point where evidential reasoning is out of the window. Scientific proof means nothing, where people will bring out data and show you this is what is happening, and the reaction of the political class will be there are three kinds of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. They do not believe in that. And we're at a point, at the brink, where we have a very specific call as the youth of this nation to save our country. It seems as though democracy, which is based on shared truth, is slowly on the wane, and autocracy, which is based on shared lies, is rising and on the march. And as young people, I have to say that as exciting as it might be, and I speak as a person who might have bought into such ideology, proximity to power does not mean that you wield it. And it does not mean that because this person is in civil societies and civil societies are suffering today, and I am in a political party that seems agreeable to the government of the day, that when a bullet pierces through the flesh of a young person, it hurts less because they come from the ODM, that it hurts more because they come from a social justice movement. We are at a point where if we do not come to the realization, and this is specifically to us who are in the established systems and political parties, if we do not come to the realization that the nation is much bigger and better than all of us, we're at the brink of collapse. And we should not pave way for the shared lies of the autocracy to overshadow the shared truths of the democracy that we enjoy in our beautiful country.
Absolutely. Good point. Guys, I want you to listen to a soundbite by National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula. This is what he had to say. Just take a listen.
As a family, you have lost. Don't pay any attention to the filth and nonsense on social media. Kenyans have become very callous. Kenyans have become very heartless. Kenyans have become people who is difficult to describe. Our friend has died in very tragic circumstances to hands of criminals. Because anybody who can pull a trigger on another is nothing but a criminal. One, I encourage all of us, whoever has any information that can help, and as an institution of parliament, we'll play our part to see that any can make to bring those criminals to book, we will. Number two, I encourage all of you members, what has happened to Ongondo Were can happen to any one of you. So tighten your security, be conscious of your security, don't fear to live in fear.
Mohammed Abdullahi, Kenyans are callous, Kenyans are heartless. Your thoughts?
Start with
Shocked, shocked at the very least, Jeff. Probably that's a better description of the political class. I do not think that is a description of Kenyans. The Speaker of Parliament says Kenyans have become people who are hard to describe. The political class has become a group that is very easy to describe, and I'll describe them. He has overseen a parliament that is captured by the executive. He oversees a parliament that is not alive to the interest of the people. He oversaw a parliament that on June 25th, when millions of young people were right outside parliament protesting against the finance bill that went ahead to pass a finance bill that was to introduce tax measures which were going to hurt Kenyans, while Kenyans right outside of parliament kept telling them that this is not what we want. So, Speaker of Parliament, if there's anyone who is heartless, I think it's the person who wanted to introduce extra tax on sari pass, on baby formula, I think that's the person who is heartless. If there's anyone who is heartless, it's the person who described the deaths of young people on parliament grounds as deaths happen every year. Sorry, deaths happen and people die all the time and we move on. So, so I think the Honorable Speaker speaks for the political class. Those are the people who are heartless. I think a lot of Kenyans are people concerned, people who love this country, people who just want to live decent, affordable lives, who want to take their kids to school and afford 3 meals a day.
Marco, your thoughts? I saw you nodding over there.
Yeah, I think before I respond about what the speaker was raising about, I think, one, I want to give a personal response, especially to my fellow panelists here. You know, Jeff, in politics, you can either be factually correct or you can be popularly correct. And sometimes in the short-term haul, many people tend to acclimatize to be popularly correct because they think being factually correct is a very long-term game. And this is something that my good brother has been, I think, struggling with, and Kasmuel Makori has been struggling with the idea of trying always to be popularly correct. And I think the challenge with that is because in politics, the moment you detach from that which people are familiar with you, you experience an exponential growth in terms of popularity. And remember Kasmuel, I think he will be a good example for that. Kasmuel's rise, especially in this political space, was due to his liberal nature in terms of.
But there's some Gen Zs who insist that Kasmuel sold them out.
Yeah, that's why I want to respond to this. Is that he started out as a liberal, you know, in terms of running around, being chased away around nation media. Then in the process, he decided to become a moderate, to join the systems. Then he changes again when I think what happened. I think he released some press statement the other day. Now, when you are inconsistent and you detach from that which people are already with you, you now sound not so genuine. And this has risen to so many commercial activists around this Nairobi, people who are pretending to be actual activists, but just taking the advantage to be popularly correct. Now to the social media thing. Why do politicians don't take the Kenyan people seriously? I think the person to blame is the Kenyan people. Why? Place the ball in the social media. What the politicians are saying is that, and I addressed this in another platform, the Kenyan people are very principled on the social media space. They are very principled. But when they go to the ground where they meet the actual people, there is no replication of that. I'm telling you, Jeff, today, in social media, the favorite candidate will be a Maraga Umtata candidate or a Maraga Matiang'i candidate. But when you go to the ground, they would attach themselves to these candidates whom they do not so socially loved. Ask my good friend here, who is Wanjira, who is an activist, if she calls for a public forum, say at Uhuru Park, to these same people who are supporting whatever she's saying on social media to come, they will not come. But for these so disdained politicians on social media, if they call political rally, of course, the external factors such as mobilization, these people will turn out. Secondly, why don't the political class want to, especially these young people on social media, is because for their political prospects. Because when they start that engagement, the fear is that there will be a discussion on generational shift, and it will serve to the exit of some of them. Of course, this will happen at some point, but I don't think it is in their interest to expedite this process. So fundamentally, what I'm trying to say is this: unless we see a clear replication of what we see those Kenyans who are so socially principled on the social media space and on the ground, these same young people who are telling you, oh, we don't like person X, person B. When you're a politician, you go to the ground. These are the same young people who are asking you for handouts. Then you're like, should I take these people actually seriously or not?
Let me give Kasmuel a chance to respond before I go to break. There's some who say you sold out to Gen Zs.
Right. And I think I disagree to this question because I sort of was writing, I don't know why. But I would like to say to my brother, Mark, that debate and disagreement are at the core of any true democracy, and that argument is necessary. So I take all sorts of criticism in stride. And being in the ODM Youth League does not necessarily mean that we have some specs that the other Kenyan does not have. We do not buy bread cheaper because my party leader is Raila Amolo. We do not add fuel my car cheaper than we have at MOU with the current existing party. But this is a country that is going to be left to us. And as in a situation where such contradictions abound, because the contradictions abound everywhere, we must tend towards what is just and what is right. If this government does something that is right, I will give it my best credits. But it also deserves my opprobrium as a youth leader when it does something wrong, when it is serving its own interest. I must be able to criticize it. And center leftist, I would say that, and the communists will understand this, that Chairman Mao advises that where contradictions are found within the Communist Party, the way you sort out the contradictions is through criticism and self-criticism. And even within this movement, the contradictions that abound are many, and they will be sorted out through criticism and self-criticism. That feedback that you're telling me that some are saying was sold out is criticism that I've tried to fight it, but at some point you have to sit down and ask yourself, where does greater good tend towards? And that serves the function of self-criticism. So for me, where it stands, I have no gain or loss by being criticized. But it would be a far troubling thing or a far troubling thought if I have the chance, just for the sake of cheap popularity, which I have earned and lost and earned again in certain circles. If for popularity, as the hymn writer says, once to every man and nation, there comes a moment to decide. If I do not decide to do that, which is right.
Stand by. I saw you. Last time you were on this show, you did say Caswell sold you guys out. You said he was a traitor. You still believe that?
I think Small has finally realized that it is not as rosy as it looked on that other side. But I don't want to make this show about Casmo. I want to speak about Wetangula's speech, the Speaker of the National Anthem, the National Parliament. And I want to very much agree with you. I think that was very articulate that it is us who are wondering how it is that the political class have become so heartless, so callous, so disconnected with our reality as the people of Kenya. I want to tell the Speaker that the people of Kenya are absolutely patriotic. It was millions of Kenyans that came to say, we are standing up for Kenya today, to say we are in the name of a finance bill that is going to make our lives even more difficult. So the people have remained the same. It is our politicians that we are wondering, where is your patriotism? Where is your sense of country? Because your money is not enough. You need Kenya to remain intact. So we have been disciplined in protecting the sovereignty of the Kenyan people. I also want to say that your point about it is the people of Kenya to blame. I don't think the people are to blame. I think we need to intensify our organizing. I think we need to continue teaching each other about the need to create alternative ways of doing politics in our country, because that has got to be birthed. And it has got to be birthed at this particular political season, where we are seeing traditionally we have had tribal-based political parties. This has not brought any meaningful change to our country. The Jubilee parties, the TNAs, the ODM, they have been ethnic organizings. And now we're growing up as a generation and we're realizing, wait a minute, when we need social services, it is not our tribe that dictates the quality of the services that we get. So what do we need to do? We need to organize differently as the people of Kenya, as a generation, that my identity is first a Kenyan identity before it is any other identity. And that is why we need to build political parties that are loaded with ideologies of social justice, human rights, and the rule of law. And then we can progress, because the people are the motive force of history. And at this particular time, the motive force of history is saying we are tribeless and we are leaderless and partyless, which is something we are also criticizing. We're saying we need to be organized, we need to do so that we advance this course that we have been on for a while now. So it's just history pushing through traditional ways of doing politics that have not yielded any real results for the people of Kenya.
Good point, all of you. I want to take a break, come back, talk about it. Next month will be 1 year, June 25th, demonstrations. 1 year. Before that, have we achieved anything? Have we, as in Gen Z, have we achieved anything? Or is it just, crash and burn? And there's 2 more years to go to the next election, guys. So like you said, there's not much time to prepare.
Who says so?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You think it might not be 2 years?
I'm just asking who's saying.
I love it. I love it. Young people, folks, they speak their minds without fear of contradiction. That's what we're talking about today. Gen Z's in the house. Keep tweeting at Koinange Jeff, at Citizen TV Kenya. The hashtag is JK Live. JK Live takes a break. We'll be back in a moment.
Tonight, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so far.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candy Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, our country never ceases to shock us as days go on. And as time passes, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Now, the nominee for the IEBC chair seemed not to be so different from Chebukati, according to what Kenyans of different walks of life are expressing themselves concerning that particular individual. Well, we'll be looking into that IEBC nomination, but it is clear that somebody is determined to have an IEBC that can be pocketed, an IEBC that will be serving the interest of specific individuals and not Kenyans. An IEBC that may want once again to take Kenyans for a ride in the pretext of conducting an election when it's actually a selection, and they seem not to have any say on the outcome of whatever decision that Kenyans have made. Well, the nominee has a lot of questions hanging over him. Rumor has it that he is a close confidant of Nanok, the former Turkana Turkana governor, and he served as an attorney for the Turkana County as long as Nanok was there as governor. And there are also other questions about his performance before the bench. It is alleged that he has never prosecuted a case. He has never defended a client. He is a lawyer by maybe documentation, but not in practice. So he's not very much different from Murkomen. And how do you now take such a person who has not been time-tested, who has not been exposed to pressure of trying to save a client and in the midst of the storm, and throw him to preside over IEBC, the hottest place when it comes to general elections? Are we not setting up ourselves for a downfall, disappointments, and the usual charade that we are treated to? that we are having an election when we are actually just being taken for a ride? Well, I invite your input as we begin to look at this IEBC nominee for chair, and pray that something will come up in terms of interventions, because I don't think this country is ready for another rigged election. And I don't think this country is ready for another individual serving IEBC. And those trying to cook that, they better think again. Well, I want to begin on that particular high note. And then, of course, there is the deal with the dead. Well, it is now, not an allegation again. It is President Ruto goes public about cutting a deal with somebody that died in 2017. In 2017, you know that William Ruto was not president. But he claims that he called the person, they agreed that the 5,000-acre land that is on controversy, I think it's in Narok County, he struck a deal and he's buying from that person that is dead, and he would distribute it to the squatters. Now, this is it. This is the height of it all. How in the world do you cut deals with the dead? Now, the family of the concerned person are taking William Ruto to court, and of course, cite what is it that he is talking about. Who did he cut a deal with? Who is he talking about that he agreed to sell the land to the government? Is this not laying a platform for grabbing that particular land? And what is this with William Ruto and land? Yani, baada ya kuitwa Arab Mashamba bado hajatosheka, yani bado ako katikati ya hiyo inaitwa nini, racket ya mashamba tena. Hey, nakuambia. Haya, let us look at that also, how William Ruto is able to cut a deal with the dead in terms of land transfer from an individual to the government. Mtanifundisha nyinyi na wasubiri hapo mnieleze vile haya mambo yanavyokwenda, lakini kwangu mimi nabaki kushangaa tu. Well, let's keep going as we also look at the court ruling. The Court of Appeal gave a ruling on the Gachagua case, and it appears that the deputy president of the Supreme Court acted out of her whatever jurisdiction in putting up a bench to listen to the Gachagua case. Now the case has been reverted back to Madam Hot Air, the president of the Supreme Court, to give a direction. Well, let's look at this even as we explore different stories also that went down. Today was it is already yesterday, the send of the slain Kaspul member of parliament, and politics were at high notch. We had some, hot exchanges, the push and the pull of broad-based government, ODM, and all other stories. But Baba came up and said the spokesman of the party is the Secretary General. So if you want to know where ODM is, listen to the Secretary General and not the other flower girls that are escorting UDA to God knows where. All the same, now I'm calling upon us, let's be on the forefront as we invite each other. We start this conversation and, of course, look at it keenly and, educate each other, alert each other. Let's learn all we can learn as we scrutinize this closely, because it is alarming on how we can be so much twisted as a people that we don't want anything done right anymore. And this is not how a society should be governed. Everything should be working towards getting back to the rule of law. Who could be sitting down to to plan and, plot on how to hijack IEBC again when we are yet to settle the issue of what transpired in 2022 elections? What is this about us that we don't want things done according to the law? We don't want to participate in an election with the mind of either losing or winning. We don't want to let due process to take place, that we want to plant specific people within the IEBC to aid a winning of somebody who is going to lose an election. Well, I call upon you, please be here. Let's talk. I want to appreciate everyone as we start this conversation. And of course, we will be beginning with that mighty story of that nominee of IEBC. Huyo ndio tutakuwa tunaangazia sana, lakini pia tutazungumzia hilo suala la nani, hilo suala la anaitwa nani, hilo suala la shamba, okay? And then of course the unpacking of the 2025 finance bill and all that will pertain to that. And I need you in studio in good time so that we break all this down and of course get out of here before it is late. Thank you so much for choosing to be part of our conversation. Please usicheze mbali, hapa ndipo story zote kuhusu siasa za Kenya inapatikana, na Wakenya wa tabaka tofauti wanakutana hapa kutambua masuala haya. Kwa hivyo usicheze mbali, kuwa papa hapa. Nakaribisha mtu na washukuru wote ambao mnajiunga nasi pembe zote. Tumakinike, tuko live kwa TikTok, tuko live kwa Facebook page Sound Candy Talk, tuko live pia kwa YouTube Sound Candy Talk Live and Sound Candy Talk YouTube channels. We appreciate all of you that are subscribers, returning subscribers. Thank you, those of you who are faithful followers. We appreciate your support and continued followership. Please, let's keep it at Sound Candy Talk and let us voice out what is happening in our country. Could you imagine that people are still plotting on how to rig an election? That they are putting up IEBC commissioners and IEBC chair that are friendly to winning by losing? This is very serious. I mean, kuna mambo mengine ambayo mnafika mahali mnaachana naye, okay? Mnaachana naye. I'll be tempted to bring in the Bible here. The Bible talks about in I think it's 1 Corinthians 11. So when I was a child, I thought like a child, I spoke like a child, I acted like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Why are we so tied to childish things that we want to have our country put at stake simply because we want to make losers winners and winners losers in an election? Why would anybody be doing that? Well, munipe maoni yenu tunapoanza mchakato huo. So let's look at that story. Yeah, the IEBC nominee, questions being raised about that particular individual on how William Ruto came to the conclusion that that's the man for the job. Here we go.
Luis Nyaundi, KTN.
And now cracks have emerged over the nomination of 7 individuals to serve in the electoral body IEBC. Queries have now been raised over their suitability to serve in the IEBC, with some being linked to key individuals in the ruling Kenya Kwanza government. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has accused President William Ruto of partisanship by the manner he picked the chairman and 6 nominees to the electoral body. And as our senior political affairs reporter Daniel Karuki now reports, some nominees are said to have links with the head of state's inner circle, casting doubt on their suitability.
The nomination of Erastus Edang Ethekon as the next Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission person, alongside the 6 other commissioners by President William Ruto, has kickstarted an electoral process that will shape the 2027 elections. If approved, a full tray awaits them, including pending by-elections. The 7 nominees are Erastus Edang Ethekon, as chairman. Commissioners nominated including Anne Derito, Moses Alutala, Muhwana, Mary Karen Sorobit, Hassan Nur Hassan, Francis Othiambo, Fahima Arafat Abdallah. But as they await parliamentary approval, the list has faced massive scrutiny. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka claims the president's move to nominate them without consultations has eroded the trust in the electoral body.
Huwezi kuwa wewe ni mchezaji na unachagua wewe referee yako. Haiwezekani. Kwa hivyo mimi nilimwandikia barua William Ruto hajajibu.
You have violated the principle of concurrence and consultation that underlay the Bomas process.
A list of past influence has sparked a conversation if the seven will execute their mandate without external interference.
Sisi tuko tayari. Hata Ruto mwenyewe akijifanya ndiye chairman wa IEBC, Ruto must go.
Nominated chairperson Erastus previously served as the county attorney in Turkana County under the then governor of Turkana and current deputy chief of staff in President William Ruto's administration, Josephat Nanok. The registrar of political parties, Anne Derito, has also been criticized for some decisions she made in favor of the Kenya Kwanza administration. After the 2022 general election, she found herself under fire after the Azimio la Umoja coalition demanded her resignation over claims of bias. Derito had been accused of displaying favorism amidst internal conflicts within Jubilee Party and operating at the whims of Kenya Kwanza administration, amidst allegations of President William Ruto's interference with the affairs of the former ruling party. Hassan Nur Hassan's name recently sparked controversy after being named as part of 6 extra names that were sneaked into the IEBC selection panel's shortlist right before the commencement of the interviews in early April. He has previously served as a senior provincial administrator and also vied for the Mandera County gubernatorial seat in the 2022 polls, but was unsuccessful. In 2019, he and former NYS Deputy Director General Adan Harake were part of a list of 24 people whom the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission (EACC) detectives arrested in connection with the 1.6 billion Kenya shillings National Youth Service scandal. The former officials were charged with abuse of office and conspiracy to commit an economic crime. They were, however, acquitted of the unlawful disposal of public funds charge. Francis Odhiambo, who previously served as the vice chairperson of the Technical University of Kenya, has been accused of employing and promoting over 400 staff without advertising vacancies. There was also no clear staff recruitment to justify the new hires. While appearing before the selection panel, Odhiambo denied any misappropriation of funds. Daniel Kariuki, KTN.
All right, now, Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has ordered.
Mambo kama hayo, maswali mengi kuhusu wale ambao wamewekwa pamoja na kupendekezwa na William Ruto kwa parliament wachaguliwe kuwa wasimamizi wa uchaguzi katika nchi hii. Umeona hayo maswali yote yanaonyesha dhahiri shairi kwamba kuna mushkili mahali. Kuna mtu anataka watu ambao watakwenda kutekeleza wajibu wake, wala sio kutekeleza wajibu wa katiba na wajibu ambao utahakikisha kwamba haki ya Wakenya inalindwa, inahifadhiwa na inatekelezwa. Katika Biblia, mimi ni mwalimu wa Biblia, kwa hivyo nikizungumza kuhusu Biblia mnaelewa, na mifano mingi ninayopeana ni ya Biblia. Okay, katika Biblia huwa tuna fundisho ama dai ambalo linasema kwamba Mungu huamini sana nabii anayechechemea, nabii ambaye amevunjwa mguu. No, sijui kama hiyo ndio principle William Ruto anatumia, sielewi, lakini kama watu wamepewa, hata kama walikuwa na kesi na wakashinda hiyo kesi, swala la kwamba kuna dosari fulani juu ya maisha yao, kuna swali fulani juu ya maisha yao, itakuwaje? Au ndio wanapewa hilo jukumu la kusimamia uchaguzi, na nyinyi mnaelewa kwamba uchaguzi wa Kenya sio mchezo. Wote tunaelewa kwamba tumekuwa na chaguzi ambazo zimekuwa tata kutoka 2007 2013, 2017, 2022. Hakuna uchaguzi ambao tumefanya ukawa safi kabisa bila maswali. Isipokuwa 2002 and 2005 referendum. After that, we've been chaos after chaos in terms of election. So why would you get somebody with a questionable character and put them into office to preside over an election?
Tusikubali kutenganishwa na siasa, tujirushe kwa mashimo, miaka 5, miaka 10, tuishi